A very happy hello this afternoon to one and all watching us on Bowl TV simulcast to Flow Bowling. We continue our coverage of the 2019 U.S. Open live from Victory Lanes in Mooresville, North Carolina. From North Carolina. Sorry, I just wanted to do that. Shout out to Michael Jordan. Emil Williams Jr., Daniel Ferris here with you. This is Game 1, Day 2 C Squad, now on the lanes. Saw this squad last night as they ended the day on the 45-foot flat 1-1. And now they are the second to hit the lanes on today's 41-foot pattern with 29.9 milliliters of oil. Kevin Williams, Caroline Thazier, Sean Lavery Spar, and Anthony Pepe. On 23 and 24, Alex Martin, Jonathan Norman, Ryan Simonelli. And who am I missing?
A.J. Chapman.
A.J. Chapman. So they're from Manchester, Iowa, went to Wichita State. So right now, Ryan Simonelli and Daniel Ferris kind of gets his wish. We talked earlier about left-handers. He was slightly surprised at what we saw earlier from lefties in general specifically and what they had on the lanes. And well, right now Ryan Simonelli, despite that shot, which you could tell he didn't like immediately off his hand, looks like if Ryan perhaps can, if he's got that look throughout the first few games, who knows, maybe even all day. But we know he can play outside with his speed, rev rate combination, likes to use a lot of surfaces you see on that bowling ball. You might get your wish here, Daniel.
This is going to be fun watching him bowl this game.
Why in particular?
Well, first of all, because I enjoy watching players play the twig, and Simonelli is so he's what's the word I'm looking for? He's like a caricature of himself. Like, he's so just over the top powerful out there that it doesn't seem real. It seems like an exaggeration of what he really is, but it's not. And we picked the great time to start talking about him as he chops the 2-4-7-8. But the first four shots before that were absolute bombs. And if he can keep that look out there and minimize the mistakes, he could have a huge day. And it's so much fun to watch when he's doing it, because the ball just hits like a Mack truck.
During this morning's A squad, Francois Lavoie really set the pace, and he ended the day at plus 379 overall. Oh, excuse me.
Yes, 368 on the block.
Plus 368. Wow. Plus 368 in today's 8 games. And Anthony Simonson bowled extremely well, too. And, in a way, it was like, well, what's Anthony doing? That's not enough. And Anthony shot 281 and 290 in his 8-game block. But hats off to Francois. He has certainly put the number up. We'll see if it's good enough to hold the day 1 lead. He's certainly got an opportunity to do so. But early on A squad, Daniel, what did we see, and what do you expect potentially, or maybe even what do you hope to see from this squad as we begin?
I hope to see the left-handers in this squad open the lane, not open it up left to right, but open it up as far as scoring goes, and put on a heck of a show, because this is their chance to get pins back from yesterday. Really, this is everyone's chance, but the lefties yesterday were really in trouble. More so than the right-hander. So what I expect to see out of the lefties, what I hope to see, is a higher scoring pace this afternoon, more than what the lefties this morning showed us. I think we will have more opportunities simply because we have more left-handers on this squad. And then from what we saw this morning, I was surprised that the righties weren't able to stay as far right longer than they did. One of the anomalies in that is Chris Loschetter, who fired off 268. I think it was game 4, just piping the ball up 2-3-4. But that late in the block, midway through the block, no one else was really out that far right. Now, see just out of the corner of my eye, Mike Wolf out there around 3-4-5, next door on 21-22. A couple of other right-handers in front of us are out that far, but looking around the building, I don't see as many that far right as we saw this morning, which may be a byproduct of two things. One, that we keep saying it, the next squad always starts deeper. But two, some of the guys from this morning may have gotten information that, okay, the gutter didn't look as good in competition as it may have looked in the practice session on Thursday. So it could be a combination of things. But really my expectations for this afternoon was one thing, and that's the lefties to put on a show. My prediction is that, in no specific order, Jacob Buttriff and Ryan Simonelli will lead this squad for this 8-game block.
Wouldn't be bad, nor would it be bold. I think if you saw, that's been a popular question. Saw it a few times from our chatters on Bowl TV early this morning. Hey, what was going on? What happened to Jacob? And suffice to say, plain and simple, struggled.
Yeah, I think he was just limited by his arsenal.
And I expect him to perform certainly better. I don't know. Obviously, we don't know what his total is going to be, but I do know he's going to put forth all of the effort, certainly, in this block. And he's had past success also on this block, or excuse me, on this pattern as well. He got a chance to bowl on it a lot, very similar to what he bowled on last year in pattern number 4. And so it could be certainly the right medicine right now.
Yeah, just looking up and down the house on the low end on 15-16, Jesper Svensson's down there. He has 1 strike through 6 frames. Michael Holloman next to him, however, 5 of 6. Jacob 5 of 6. Simonelli 5 of 6. Kevin Williams, after a rough start, has a 3-bagger right here in front of us. So this is more what I was expecting to see. I do want to ask you one thing now that we have this squad in front of us. Zach Doty shot 733 the back 3 last night. As we mentioned this morning, I left halfway through the block. You get to do that tonight. What did I miss from Zach? How much of him did you get to see in those back 3 or 4 games?
I saw 2 games, the one that you were still here for. And then I think I saw his 260 game, which was actually on 25 and 26. And to me, and unless I was just reading it wrong, but I'm imagining he balled down from the ball that we originally saw him, which was earlier in the block. That ball was, to me, a bit cleaner. He was still in the same area of the lane, which, for him was like 4th arrow before. Then it looked like it was kind of 5th arrow from my angle, but he was throwing it pretty hard, pretty firm, and not allowing his ball to even think about bucketing, for example. So in those 2 games, I saw the same things, minus with the exception of ball changes and maybe an increase of speed. If you are joining us for the first time, we say hello. If you are watching us on Flow Bowling, we say hello as well. We thank you for watching and tuning in. For our Bowl TV viewers and those who may want to check it out, we will be giving away a pair of Apple AirPods. We did that this morning. Shout out to Tony for winning this morning's giveaway, I should say. We'll have one more for you in regards to AirPods, and then Saturday night prime time. Well, what better way to enjoy prime time than to win a television? And that's what is available for you this evening. We will be giving away a 50-inch TV tonight here on Bowl TV.
Take a quick look at the numbers from this morning. This is B block only. We talked about Francois, plus 379 overall. Simonson, plus 214. Sean Rash was third on the squad at plus 192. Ronnie Russell, 191. And then it's a drop, a 76-pin drop to Osku at 115. A.J. Johnson, 114. Andres Gomez, 107. Brad Miller, 102. Richie Teese, 78. And Norm Duke rounds out the top 10 for the squad at plus 70. We had 10 other players finish plus this morning, so 20 of the 48 are now plus overall. As far as the block pinfall, again, Francois and Simonson 1-2. A.J. Johnson was third highest at plus 161. Mike Coffey, fourth highest at 148. And Stu Williams at 134. $11 players went plus 100 or better this morning. A big welcome and good afternoon to everyone in the Bowl TV chat. Jeff, Brian, Pamela, Jeffrey. Let's see, Russell, Nancy, Mark. Hope everybody's doing well on this, I would say beautiful. Hopefully it's beautiful wherever you're at Saturday afternoon. I don't really know what the weather is outside right now here in Mooresville.
Everybody, drop your location if you don't mind. Don't drop your pin though, like Google. Just let us know where you're watching from. Again, shout out to Tony. I'm gonna say I didn't ask Tony how to pronounce his last name. I'm gonna go with Cat Rambo. Maybe. Either way. Mark has told us It is pouring down raining in Terre Haute, Indiana. A couple Pacific Northwesterners, I should say. York, PA represented Colorado. Lisa's watching. She won some AirPods yesterday in Youngstown. Youngstown, Ohio. Kim watching in the ATL.
That was Kyle Troop carrying a late hit for the first shot in the 10th. He's got 6 in a row. Open goes split, double, spare. Now 6-bagger. Chance for 250. He's already in the 240s with that strike there. Deborah says she's coming out to Spokane next year to watch the PWBA Tour stop.
That's fantastic.
Isn't that the same stop where you were supposed to run a 5K?
Yeah, it's not a set in stone thing. It was discussed. Oh, that's funny. It was discussed, yes. I need to get going.
Kyle Troop punches out for 258 to open up game 1. Simonelli, first strike there, puts him in the high 240s, low 250s. A strike right here would add 10 pins to each of those predictions. I got it left.
Troop out the gates with 258. Simonelli's going to be in the 240s.
Uh-oh. Well, the only good thing you can say about that is Anthony threw the gutter on an open, so he didn't lose count. We talked about that this morning, that 1-2 on both sides wasn't exactly an area of the lane you wanted to get the ball. We saw what happened when Simonelli hit 2, granted with a much higher rev rate and a lot more surface than what Pepe is throwing right now. He was able to at least get it back to the head pin. Anthony not so fortunate. I don't know if you think about it. Let me ask you. In that situation, if you're Pepe, would you rather the ball pick up and come in behind the head pin and leave a 3, 6, 7, 9? Or would you rather it hit the gutter and you're shooting a full rack?
Yeah, I think, I think in that situation, if you had to choose one, having the, wait, what was my other?
Basically, the left-hander's 2, 4, 8, 10. The 3, 6, 9 with the 7.
Oh yeah, no, I'd rather have the pocket up.
Yeah.
Still, so while it does look not the greatest, and the fans say, what in the world? Goodness gracious! It is an opportunity to still gain a little knowledge by having the pocket available. He certainly didn't want to do it, that's for sure. But we all know that.
Got someone checking out our booth over here.
See, that's pretty much me, and not very long.
No, not very long at all.
What Daniel is referring to, Ryan Simonelli is holding his son just to the right of the booth, and of course, young children, they have inquisitive looks and wondering what the heck is all of this on this table. We had a few folks get done with game one pretty quickly. Barrett did not start well, defending champion 167.
His game was a game full of red. 9 spare, split, split, strike. 7 spare, split, split, double. And then strike, split in the 10th.
How about Caroline Thaser?
We had opportunity to watch her a lot yesterday, and she really, with the rest of the field, grinded through that tough 45-foot flat pattern last night. It was enough to make any bowler not at this level not give up or quit, but certainly just completely lose focus and let your spare shooting just go out the window, and that did not happen to her. Push ball. It didn't listen to me. Yes, Kyle. Ryan is throwing a zing.
I'll tell you what, Daniel, what excites me as we've come to the end of game one on the featured pairs here is youth bowling excites me. I feel that every event I go to, whether it's an obvious youth event where we're surrounded by some of the best youth in the country and sometimes the world, or whether it's a PWBA event because we've seen great youth players. Jillian Martin comes to mind, for example, or at an event like this where young Caroline Thazier makes her way to the PTQ. And not just her, but we talked about Charles Bostic, and we know about Anthony Nyer. I look forward to seeing the youth because, I'm not going to say that youth players of our generation, when we were their age, didn't have opportunities to compete in the U.S. Open. But I don't know, like the kids today are just fearless, right? I'm not saying that we weren't, but it's just more on public display, right? They're always bowling adult events, mainly, and certainly because, big shout out to Smart for having waivers
To allow that.
To allow that, certainly, as to not lose, eligibility and different things like that. But, I mean, what a fearless group and generation of young bowlers we have.
Even if you would put the U.S. Open in my home house when I was 17 years old, I don't know how I would have handled that. I'd only been bowling on sport about 2 years at that point. But I don't know that I would not have handled it as well as we've seen. For instance, Caroline right here. I was talking about when you were talking to her father. I mentioned that yesterday really would have pushed players, maybe not of this caliber, but of a lesser caliber, not on the pro level, to just want to give up and quit. And she, in her first U.S. Open at 17 years old, being comfortable in her home house, could have said, you know what, this isn't worth it. I'm going to mail it in. And she didn't. She kept fighting. Her spare game stayed as strong as it could, given all the circumstances, the brutality of the pattern, how long the day is. And she's just a fighter, and it goes into that fearlessness you were talking about.
You know who else bowls fearless, Danny?
The entire PWBA tour?
There it is. And from the looks of it, I always say because, if they choose to, because kids can choose and do whatever they'd like. But there will certainly be a spot for young Caroline when that time comes.
All right, welcome to our featured pairs for game number 2. Cole Payne, Tom Hess, Joshua Lewis, and Michael Holloman. Tom Hess and Cole Payne both 181 the first game. Holloman 214 and Lewis 209. Right next door on 25 and 26, Stephen Earhart, Brent Boho, Sean Daniels, and Kyle Troop. Boho 201 the first game. Stephen Earhart 176. Kyle Troop, as we mentioned, 258. And Sean Daniels 194.
Thanks a lot, Jim. That it's just kind of what we do. And when certainly staff allows, we try to give as many breaks as possible. Of course, there's generally some built-in breaks because nature generally does call. Just saying. Nice shot there from Tom Hess, a major champion.
We were talking to Tom before the tournament. It was Tuesday or Wednesday. And the world, the PBA 50 world better watch out. Because Tom turns 50 in December.
Yeah, he was looking forward to it. Got a couple events already kind of that he's looking toward.
I think his first event, he said he's driving down to Texas like the weekend after, or the weekend of the weekend after he hits 50 to bowl a 50 over-under doubles tournament with Anthony or Sean. I forget which one he said. And he made a comment to us. He said, I'll tell you what, guys, I'm not good out here right now, but I'll be good out there in about 2 months. I'll be good again.
Well, Tom can still hold his own, certainly. True playing in a area of the lane that we've seen him play before, certainly. And we saw a little bit of that, again, earlier on the A squad. Or, because technically it was the B squad, but the first squad of the day. Jesper's got urethane. He's 21 and 22.
When I was kind of doing a rundown of the lefties like midway through game one, I mentioned, yeah, he hasn't struck. He just threw his first strike in the 6th. He didn't miss after that. Punched out for 237.
That looks more like the Michael Holloman we saw at the Masters. Right there, kind of able to play out a little bit with a little loft. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate that again. Sorry, Mrs. P. When did you first start hearing about the, and maybe you saw it, so if you didn't hear it, about urethane kind of being back? I feel like for me it was when Jesper kind of burst onto the scene on tour.
I would say it's probably around the same time. I didn't see it for myself. I gotta think. Hold on. I gotta run down my years real quick. It was 20. I remember 2015. Scratch that. 2016. 2016 is the year that Mike Kahn, who we will see tonight from Louisville, he won the Kentucky Open and he threw urethane all day on Sunday on the flat pattern. And I was like, really? He threw what? Like, that didn't make sense to me. And it was earlier in that tournament when, or it was the next year on because at that point I wasn't really traveling a lot outside of my region. And so I didn't see too much of it. And it was the next year on the medium pattern on a high friction surface where the gutter just hooked, dead hooked. And I was all throughout practice sessions before the tournament, because they laid out some of the patterns for us to practice on. I was like, man, I'm going to make up some ground on this pattern. I'm good to go. And that night, I remember shooting 258 the first game. And I'm like, okay, I'm locked in. It's over. I'm gonna make up some ground here. And then I start the next game out. Swisher strike, flat 10, 2-8-10. And I made an adjustment and missed the head pin right. And I was like, oh my gosh, what's going on? And everybody was throwing urethane and just destroying the heads and carrying the back ends down. And it was kind of one of those situations where the trend had just come down to Louisville, so people were throwing urethane because it was the thing to do. That wasn't a pattern to do it on. That's when I was like, okay, this is going to be a problem for me. And it was well before I ever thought about getting a urethane ball. And so the next day, I called somebody and I said, get me a black hammer now. And we drilled it, and it didn't really work out all that well because I didn't know how to throw urethane. And then a buddy of mine gave me a purple hammer, and as far as urethane goes, I've fallen in love with that ball.
Okay.
It took me a couple years to learn how to throw it because I was born in '86. I didn't grow up throwing urethane. But Dad who grew up bowling in the 70s and 80s and was all about the style where you get to the bottom and you hit up on urethane. He was like, you don't really want to do what you do naturally with urethane. You want to kind of hit the ball and get it started. And once I learned that and learned some of the moves, I fell in love with the motion. That's why I said I think if you had some time, it wouldn't be a terrible idea for you to drill one for yourself, because once you see that motion, you fall in love with it. It's so easy to predict, so easy to adjust.
I could see myself liking it. I agree with your sentiment. Probably in a with I guess the new urethane. That's probably not fair. But newer, this generation's urethane. Let me ask you one more question. Follow up.
Yo.
You said that so you had to learn. You had to do different things.
Yes.
To get the motion you were looking for with urethane. When you went back to resin, was it hard or difficult at first to just
no, because
kind of turn off the urethane mode, if you will?
The changes
with your hand.
The changes I had to make were more adjustments as far as lane play. It was you kind of want to hit up on urethane harder, so I just made a hand position change rather than hit up on it because I didn't want to mess up my natural release. So I made a hand position change to affect that. And then let me ask you, when you're throwing resin and the ball hooks early, you go strike, 4-pin. What adjustment do you make?
Probably 2 and 1-ish.
2 and 1 left. With urethane, all you do is throw it harder. For me, because I can't, and Rob said this last night, you don't really want to open up the lane with urethane. Because if you send it away from the pocket and it picks up too soon and straightens out, then it straightens out and it's not going to the pocket. You just want to throw it harder, and that was an adjustment I had to learn how to make. So it was more for me about the adjustments you make than the physical delivery of the ball.
Good stuff there from the Danimal.
Tracy McGrady got jokes over here. David Samar's got strikes. Front 6 over on 19 and 20. And I'm going to open my mouth. A light 8-10 for David Samard on the front 6 over on 19 and 20. Sorry, David. My bad, man. Stephen Earhart rolling the 2-pin forward. Stephen bowling the U.S. Open by way of the PTQ on Wednesday. If I remember correctly, he finished about top 5 of the PTQ. He put up some pretty good numbers to earn his spot here at Victory Lanes. Kyle Troup does not have a great hold on this pair. This pattern probably more so than what we might see tomorrow, and more so than yesterday, lends itself to being very tricky pair to pair because there's so many different angles you can take and so many different areas of the lane the players are occupying that each pair could be drastically different from what you just come off of. We're kind of seeing that here. You know, remember, these guys, they don't get any practice. They don't get a 10 or 15-minute practice session on their starting pairs. They get one ball on each lane. So what you start on, it's not like you have 10 minutes to break it down and get comfortable. It is what it is. Kyle was very comfortable on his first pair to start, 258. And this game is just not seeing that same motion with that urethane ball, and has 2 strikes, 2 opens, and the 2 strikes are not together. There you go. Check out that prompt on your screen interview that our guy Jason Thomas did with morning squad leader Francois Lavoie. I overheard one of the comments. Jason asked him, did you foresee this kind of scoring pace out there? And he said, well, I thought this would be the higher scoring of the 3 patterns, but in no way did I expect plus 360, 369 or whatever. I forget exactly what it was he went. 368. LaCurse lives on. Since I mentioned David Smart on the front 6, he's went back-to-back 8-count splits. Jesper Svensson, however, is on the front 6, right next door on 21 and 22.
Yesterday I said he was kind of quietly bowling well too, speaking of David Simard, and a similar situation on a difficult pattern last night. And not saying this one is not difficult, but as you I think you described, the brutality of last night's pattern was a little higher on the scale.
All right, your top 5 simply from game 1. Kyle Troup, 258, Chris Vi, 252, Simonelli, 247, Jesper, 237, and Christian Ascona at 228 overall for 9 games. Zach Doty at 113. Christian at 95. Troop at 59. OG, Matt O'Grady, plus 52. Simonelli's at 37. Dom, 36. Samard and Packy Hanrahan tied at plus 34. Michael Martell, plus 33. And Thomas Larson, plus 29. That is top 10 on the squad. 6 more players are plus: Alex Cavaniero, Ryan Burks, Michael Davidson, Jesper, Chris Vi, and Rhino. Seven pin for Jesper in the 7th frame. Ends his streak.
You mentioned this, I think. I might have missed it. You mentioned already Game 1 scores.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, Michael, I mean, it looks like he was at the Masters right now.
Well, numbers are up all over the place. The pair of Christian Ascona, Michael Davidson, David Samard, and Mitch Hoope. 236, 236. Ascona with 220, and that was on with a split in the 10th on a double. And Samard has a chance to get into the 240s. That pair scoring very high, 23 and 24. Big numbers out there. Would you agree we're seeing some bigger numbers earlier in this block than we saw this morning? Or am I just a captive of the moment?
I'm trying to remember who was responsible for those big numbers outside of Anthony Simons. There were 2 large numbers he put up. He had 528, 538 after 2. I don't even remember if we saw Francois early.
Francois, we had game 2 right here, was 265.
Okay. Yeah, based on that, I mean, you could be certainly right. Like, I do think because we've got about a 6-lane stretch, like there's one entire pair, the low game is 220. So I think right now what we're seeing is everything in front of us for the most part is on the up and up. What's that? 19 and 20, 220, 222, and a pair of 236s. Those curious, you can check out 21 and 22. Talking about Jesper, Tim Foy Jr. is there. He can get to 236. Ever Kroll just left a 2.810. Obviously here on 23 and 24, Kyle Troop went from 250 game 1 to a bit of a struggle here on this pair. And didn't look to change much in regards to where he was playing. But he is going to try something on the fill, and that is not your thing.
Nope, that is a phase 2 that is a little dusty. A little surface on it. Be interested to see what kind of move he makes here. He's already getting his feet further left. Cross about 15 at the arrows. No, 18.
Ball change on the field. The great split there for Holloman. The split conversion. He shoots 2-2-1. Split now in the 10th for Tim Foy Jr. All right, Cole Payne doing his thing out here. He'll be in the 240s. Say Cole throwing it pretty hard.
Cole 181 the first game, minus 157 overall. So he's got some ground to make up. But if he keeps up this, he'll be sitting in a better position going into tomorrow.
already around fourth arrow there. Nice game though, 2-4-5.
Remember that pair-to-pair talk we had? Ryan Simonelli, 158.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not as drastic, but Kyle shot 170.
Kyle went 58, 70. And Simonelli went 47, 58. So both of them with pretty significant drops. Jesper, 237. He's stepping up here in the 10th just off to our left. Can punch out for 266. And as soon as... Did you flip the camera over? Or do you, okay. Yep, off to our left. Jesper splits in the 10th, 4-6-10. So still going to be a 230 game, but not the 260 it could have been. First chance today, we're going to see Curtis Stidd, Jacob Butchruff, Nate Garcia, and Vince Biondo. Over on 25 and 26, we'll feature Matt O'Grady, Nicholas Christie, Brandon Runk, and Packy Hanrahan.
Nice shot to begin. Vince Biondo. Vince now a head coach, a collegiate coach of Judson University in Elgin, Illinois. He started late last year, I believe. Daniel, I'll give you a little, well, you should know this since you worked at the OC this year. So, yeah, I'm going to do you like Matt. He probably did the quiz thing every now and then with you, right? Just, he'll throw out like a random question and
He would.
You know, he would expect you to know the answer at that point.
I wouldn't.
Do you know what, I won't say what's special about Vince Biondo and the Biondo name, but there are extensions of Vince in the bowling world.
Brandon?
That is one. Who, back at Wichita State now, speaking of Brandon. And, of course, Vince's wife, Brandon's mom, Joey. All three, or Vince and Joey, excuse me, former Team USA members Of course, Brandon in the Team USA program himself, junior teamer. Vince has won an Open Championships Eagle. 2003. Joey has won 3 USBC women's titles. So Biondo family name. Deep roots, and Brandon is only getting better.
I forget where I watched him. Probably a year or two ago. And I remember seeing him and thinking, man, that kid's pretty good. And then I saw him at the OC this year. And he was just as good, if not better, than I remembered. And so that does not surprise me in the slightest. Plus, a family with a history like that. Yes, Jennifer, to your question in the chat, she says, I've seen a few players drop down to the ground to look at the lane. Are they trying to see the tracks? Basically, yeah, they're trying to see the ball tracks on the lane, which is a feature, not a feature, but a characteristic of these panels. It's pretty obvious once you get down there, and even from back where we're sitting, you can see it in the reflection of the masking units on the lane. And once you get down lane level, you can really get a good look at where people have been throwing bowling balls, you know, what area of the lane is beat up, what is not, and that kind of gives them an idea if they're about to make a move into a different area of the lane, what they might expect.
Good person to watch. I think this particular game is Packy Hanrahan based off his success last night. He bowled very well, and then also, of course, watching Ryan Simonelli on this pair game 1. Curious to see if Packy can find something similar, but it also depends on where he's playing.
Great opening 3-bagger from Vince. Continues to show us why his resume is just as chock full as it is. A little bit of footing issues there for Jacob at the line. Looks like he may have stuck on that shot, just he popped up immediately as the ball was off his hand. did some test slides at the line to see exactly what might be going on in that area of the lane. I'll tell you one thing, though, that every bowler has went through. When you're struggling, you will notice every little bitty thing, every small thing that is bothering you is multiplied when you're struggling. If you're bowling well and you have a little stick like that, you don't really notice it. If your thumb just doesn't feel just quite right, just a microscopic little pinch at the bottom, you still get the extension. You clear it off your hand pretty clean, and you strike. But when you're struggling, boy, everything, you notice everything.
There was one lefty when I counted them in the squad that I knew before, or at the end of A squad, or excuse me, at the end of
this morning?
squad this morning, yes. I did not include Brandon Runk. And a three-bagger here on this pair. Curtis Sin at it, but one of the local products here. An 8. Oh, I thought you were looking up.
Oh, and you mentioned Curtis?
I just saw you scrolling, so I wasn't sure.
Curtis struggled pretty mightily last night. Looking good in front of us, though. Same can't be said, at least for that shot, from Matt O'Grady.
Where's Chris Vi?
Chris Vi, I was plus 86 coming into this game.
Plus 86, appreciate that.
Overall, after game 1, he's plus 7. After game 2, he's plus 41.
We're watching Nate Garcia in an epic semifinal match between Weber and Wichita State in 2017 at Baton Rouge, or at the time it was the I think the name changed, Raising Cane's River Center. And there are 2 players, actually 3, that I can recall who were on one of those teams. Wesley Lowe was there, and bowling with Packy Hanrahan, Wichita State. Nate was on Weber's squad. Very, very epic. Came down to it. 10th frame. Actually, no, 4. Matt Russo. There was a lot of swag being thrown around.
Between all those names you just gave out, that does not surprise me in the slightest.
Well, that was the first thing that stuck out about Packy, because I feel like we didn't see him bowl a lot earlier in the event, and then he's in at the most important times, and he's not messing around. I mean, he was striking, and letting people know he was striking too. And then I was like, okay. Plus his name was Packy, and so I was like, well, this is my guy. Like, he's bringing it.
That guy's got to have some Irish fire in him.
He is bringing it. Chris 5 trying to keep bringing it over on 21 and 22. And his urethane ball, 3-6-10. Purple Hammer kicks the 7 for Buttriff. Oh, nicely done. Curtis did.
It's the first 2 4-8-10 we've seen converted this week.
Five out of 6 here for Vince. Looking real good here. Game 3. Brandon Runk has looked solid here as well. We talked about Packy. Oh, hook. My man. What I didn't do earlier was uh-oh. Oh, Justin dropped some trivia. My bad. I missed out on the answers. Appreciate that, Justin. Justin also letting folks know, any Oklahoma fans out there, as Vince continues. Show us how to strike here. 6 out of 7 on 23 and 24. I tell you, Vince, or excuse me, and Justin, I said it earlier, but when events like this are happening, my whole sports schedule just kind of gets thrown on out the window. There's really only one thing we pay attention to, in a sense, and that's what's happening here inside the bowling center. By the time I get back, yeah, I'm probably not going to watch any highlights.
No, because by the time we get back, it's straight to bed.
Trying to go right to sleep. I'm sure Nate trying to make an adjustment based on his 5th frame there. Left the 2-8-10, didn't want to make sure he didn't miss right. 48-30. Kansas State leading Oklahoma. 10 minutes left. It's not unfathomable that they could come back, but. So is it Bill Snyder? What's the longtime Kansas State football coach? Is that him? Is he still coach?
No, I don't believe so.
He retired like officially last season, right?
Yes. Actually, yeah. Chris Kleiman is their current head coach. Chris spent the last 12 years at North Dakota, or spent 4 years at Northern Iowa, and then 7 years at North Dakota State, which, if I remember correctly, ND State is like a D2 powerhouse.
Yeah, Carson Wentz went there.
Yeah, they've claimed, oh my gosh.
Vance.
Seven of the last FCS national championships belong to North Dakota State. Man, talk about domination. All right, after 2 games, here are the top 5 from this squad in this block. Chris Vye, 486. Jesper Svensson, 471. Michael Davidson, 455. Christian Ascona, 448. Mitch Hoope, 444. And here's the shocker of them all. The lowest on the squad through 2 games was the leader of the squad last night. Zach Doty, 297 for the first 2 games.
Wow.
Zach has went 151, 146. Now looking at the overall numbers for 10 games for these players, Christian leads at 115. Zach has fallen to just plus 59. David Samard at 56 over. Davidson at 49 over. And Jesper at 42 over. Rounding out the top 10, Chris Vye, 41. Michael Martell, 36. Packy, 34. Troop and Dom, 29 and 28. Just 5 more players plus Anthony Lavery Spar at 20 over. Rhino at 16. Thomas Larson at 16. Alex Cavagnaro at 15. And Ryan Burks at 14. Well, in all seriousness, I think I know what's going on with Jacob right now. And this is completely out of his control. You mentioned earlier in the day the tournament as if it was a being. And I think this year the tournament said, you know what, you've had too much fun the last 2 years. I'm the U.S. Open. People are not supposed to do what you did.
They didn't have to be that rude.
It's being pretty brutal.
Give me your, if you don't mind sharing, give me perhaps one of your most memorable, disappointing type events or finishes, and how you handled because we've all been there. The difference right now is Jacobs is on a much larger scale, and the expectations for him are much higher because of who he is and what he has done at this event, which generally doesn't really happen at the U.S. Open. So
probably one of the biggest ones would have been, there were two that they were in the same year. Yeah, there were two that were in the same year. It was 2006. The first one that year was Nationals, Collegiate Nationals, when we lost to Newman in the semifinals. Went 7 games. Winner advances to TV to take on Saginaw Valley. And 13 years ago, I don't remember the exact results of my shots, but I remember I left it out there. I left stuff out there. I didn't make the best shots I could make in the last couple of Baker games. And I was really upset with myself. And we were all pretty upset because you guys were defending champions at that point. We were trying to make TV for the second year in a row. That one hurt. And then later that year at Junior Gold, I missed out on junior team for a second year in a row by 6 pins and shot 171 the last game. That was a pretty emotional loss. And then, but both of them we were in it. I felt like we had a chance. The team event and then my Junior Gold. To kind of the equivalent of what these guys are going through is there have been 2 Kentucky Open squads on Sunday where it was 14 games of round-robin match play. One of them was 2010, and one of them was this year, where I had nothing. Everything I tried, I couldn't get anything to work. And I remember 2009 for 14 games, we really just kind of narrowed it down to one ball that looked good, but it didn't look great. And I was just trying to fill frames, and I was so frustrated. And this year, the motion that I needed, we didn't have in the bag. So I was trying everything. I was trying all 12 balls I brought in for 14 games. And it was just all over the lane, trying to play 1-2, trying to play third arrow, trying to move left to third arrow, and it was, you just got tired. Just sick and tired. A lot of exhaling.
The exhale, yes.
This game takes a lot out of you.
All right, Jacob.
A message from one of our viewers, kind of going back to the Bill Snyder North Dakota State conversation. They said Carson Wentz is the next Jay Cutler. Talented arm, terrible leader, but he's still better than Mitch Trubisky.
Let me think about this for a minute. I might have to consult Aaron about what you just said. Well, Aaron's in. He's in on Mitch, though. He's all in. So we'll have to discuss. I was a Jay Cutler guy.
Were you?
I know. People about to just come at me. Don't at me. I was, though. and I just kept waiting and waiting and waiting, but I still loved the dude. To this day, I would take him right now. Right now, today. Right now.
Come on, man.
Yep, I would. 241, by the way, for Vince Biondo, making Chicagoland area and certainly Judson University proud. Nate Garcia, this one get up to potentially 2-0 with some good count on the field, and looked like he came right out of that one. Nate with plenty of talent, but like other young players, still trying to work and figure things out here on the tour. Daniel was so disgusted with my Jay Cutler comment that he just had to leave. No, I'm just playing. Not too bad of a games here, or game, I should say. Certainly, Vince. Curtis with 224. Nate finishes with 190, 178 for Jacob Buttriff. Packy's going to be in the 220, but 220's not happy about that shot, however. Missed the head pin left. .228 for Packy. Ruck can get into the 230 still. Chris Vi to my left. 7 or better, he'll be in the 240s. Nice shot by OG. Major champion on this tour. Already part of that 2015 Team Challenge squad. Have won the title, Dead Money. Of course, his major championship, the Tournament of Champions in 2018. Nice shot. So good count. Matt will be in the 2 teens. right, back five for that matter. For OG 211 and Brandon Runk. $222. Oh, I feel like this squad's moving right along. I'm okay with that. Certainly, and you should be too. And don't forget, folks, big thanks to the PBA and everyone involved, not only with this event, of course, USBC, BPA, but the PBA. Be sure to check out everything you need in regards to up-to-date details on upcoming events. There's the 2020 schedule, breaking news, ticket information, scoring from all events. Be sure to head on over to pba.com for all of your needs and to follow the action live on the PBA network. Again, pba.com to follow the action live.
You guys are taking a beating on social media. I guess you guys have been talking about eating, talking about food, what people are eating or something. You guys been talking about what people are eating or food or something. There's a whole crowd of you guys commentating on commentators comment on players bowling not their eating habits. They're piled on too. Hey, talk about my eating habits. We're fat. I'm fat. I'm on Facebook. Fancy word started. Only a few people are bashing me. Pretty sure I'm gonna have about 15 players bashing me. Better today?
Oh, no, sir, you're good. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, that'll wrap up Game 3. Take a look at who we've got for Game 4 here on our featured pairs, 23 through 26. First of all, 25 and 26, Thomas Larson throwing a shot on 25 as I speak. 10 back, Jim Price, Anthony Lavery-Spar, and Chris Vi. Soon to join us on 23 and 24. Jim Pratt, Rhino Page, Michael Martell, and Alex Cavaniero.
All right, folks, back with you here, Midland Junior Daniel Farish, and we have now added a member to the group. Please welcome Matt Russo to the Bowl TV booth. Matt, how are you?
Good. How are you doing, Emil?
I am doing well, sir. Appreciate you stopping by, of course, on Bowl TV and simulcasting to Flow Bowling. Just briefly, let's just start with, we've touched on, obviously, lane conditions, because what is a U.S. Open without talking about the obvious in regards to lane conditions. So how did yesterday go for you, and did anything happen that you didn't expect? Perhaps you were looking for something that didn't happen, or vice versa? What was going on with you on that 45-footer yesterday?
Yeah, I actually bowled really good for 7 games, and the last game I didn't say I would hit it. I wouldn't say I hit a bad pair, but I hit a pair that was what I was looking for, and I just couldn't find the right combination. Obviously, we bowl on 45 feet, and the move is generally to move in deeper and just find the hold and catch it off the hook. And for basically 7 games, I moved my feet a couple and just played the hold, and I was following a couple lefties who were throwing it relatively harder. So I had a little bit more hold than I thought, and I executed really well for 7 games. And then the last game, the fronts hooked a lot, and I had to get deeper, and I just couldn't get deep enough. And by like the 8th frame, I was looking at 120, and I was like, you know what, let me just kind of play it safe a little bit and get a couple marks, and ended up with 150. And I didn't really shoot myself in the foot because I was minus 22 for the block, so it's not terrible. I thought they were going to hook a little bit more, to be honest. In practice, they were definitely a lot more crisper down the lane, so the ball was coming off harder when it hit the end of the pattern, and you had to kind of more control it with axis rotation and a little bit more speed. But yesterday I was able to stay a little bit softer and kind of use a little bit more touch while rolling it, but I used a bigger ball with a bigger core and a bigger cover to slow the transition down with a little bit of shine, actually, to kind of keep it from overhooking and burning up too quick.
It's a good plan.
It wasn't the plan, actually, which is funny because in practice I had about 4 balls that looked really good on that pattern, and I talked with my reps, and I was like, do you think that we need to fill a hole? And he was like, no, you've got 4 balls, so we'll start with that. And I actually drilled a Badger infused for this pattern and tomorrow's, and I ended up trying it a little bit in practice, and it looked pretty good. But obviously, once we get down to our real pair, you only get 2 shots. So you kind of have to go with what you think is going to be the ball that you're going to use majority of the time. So I stuck with what I thought was going to work, and it ended up being a ball that gave me a good amount of play. I would have been a lot happier out of the block if I would have bowled 180, 190, and maybe 2-0 the last game. But it is the U.S. Open, and you can't really be mad with minus 20 the first block. And they were hard. I mean, they're hard all week. So obviously some guys are crushing them, and I think it's just happens you have a really great day and you bowl well and you do all the right things that work. But they're hard, so I'm definitely not looking. It's the first day, and I'm not looking at it as, you're out of the tournament. Obviously nobody is until the last game. So, I'm pretty happy, and I'm excited to bowl tonight. Get a little bit to watch and see what's going on and see what works and what doesn't work. So,
has anything stood out to you so far since you've been watching?
Absolutely. I really don't want to give much of it away.
Sure.
But there has been a couple things that I have seen that absolutely doesn't work, and I think that's more of something that I say that isn't going to work for me. It may work for somebody else, but obviously I'm unique. I throw it with 2 hands. I'm on the left side, and I've got a little different game. I've talked with my reps, and we kind of have a little bit of a plan, and we'll go out there and use it, and at the end of the block, hopefully we can say it worked, and if it doesn't, we'll adjust on the fly. But obviously, don't want to give too much information away. So,
how much from what you see when you come to watch a squad before you bowl, how much of that do you put into your game plan versus the original game plan you had maybe after your practice session?
A good amount, actually. But this tournament's different. A good amount would be if we had 15 minutes practice or 10 minutes practice on our starting pair. Because at least for 5 minutes, you can try maybe what you saw and what you think is going to work. And then for the last 5 minutes, you can say, okay, now let's see if my game, what I wanted to do. And then you can kind of, pick and choose. And hopefully the one that you choose the first game is good. And if it's not, adjust from there. But because we are bowling down 1-15 on a different part of the house, and now we're coming to our regular pairs and you get 2 shots, you kind of got to go with your gut and what you feel is going to be the best. And hopefully it's not 150 the first game, and hopefully it's 190, 2-0, 180. And then there is 8 games, so 180 is okay. It's not a bad start. But I would say I look at certain people, certain players. Being on the left side of the lane, I look at certain players that I can say, okay, this is what they're doing, and now this is what I think is going to work. And obviously you guys have seen us bowl in college, so I'm sure it's easy to pick out who you guys think I'm going to look at and kind of play off of. And it's huge that they're not on my squad, right? And if they were on my squad, it's more of a, okay, let's see what they're doing in practice and go from there. But since I do get to watch Butcher, Finn Jesper, and Kenny Martell, and a couple other guys, it's kind of a little bit of a nice feeling that, okay, let's see what they're doing and see if that works. But then it goes the same way, like I bowled A squad yesterday, right? So then they got to come down and see what worked and what doesn't. So it works both ways. It all depends on, do you want to take that chance and watch, or do you want to take that chance and just do your own thing? So it's I will say that my game is very different than most of theirs. See, what Martell just did there, I shot that spare 3 times yesterday, 3 different ways, and I made it once. And I will tell you, what he did there is the exact way how I would shoot it on this pattern, and leaving the bad pin is just, it's aggravating, because on this pattern, you'd hope to make that. You don't want an open that way. But yeah, that spare definitely got to me yesterday. But going back to your question, Dave, I think Daniel, sorry.
Good.
I caught myself before. Do you see that, Emil? I'm telling you, when you've been around Emil and Aaron so long, you just remember their names. And now that I've got to commentate with you, I'll never forget it. And it's funny because I don't know if you know this, but back in 2017 when you called the match against Wichita, the year that things happened against Wichita, right?
Right.
Emil made a great comment on our live stream and said that he had this one teammate in college that when they needed a mark, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were brought in. Do you remember? You remember that? And I was like,
if he wasn't in already.
Correct, and that's what Ramon wasn't in, and we brought him in to shoot a spare, and I was like, I need to meet this guy. And then when I saw you, and I was like, that name sounds so familiar, and I brought it up to Emil, and it happens to be that now I get to commentate with you.
That would be me.
Oh, did you guys see that on 21?
I see an 8-pin wiggling.
Yeah, so he went high flush. The 8-pin was falling over, and then another pin stuck it back up. So that's going to be a respot. But, yeah, going back to your question, Daniel, I definitely will take into consideration watching a little bit. I don't like to watch too long because our transition is going to be different than theirs, but just kind of get a relative idea and see who's bowling well.
Who's on our pair? Dan, did you go through that?
I did.
Miss that?
I did.
My apologies.
We've had 2 great shots here by Rhino on the right lane, 2 strikes, and then a really flat 7-10 on 23. How much difference, not just pair to pair, but lane to lane, did you see last night? Or yesterday morning?
Yeah, I will give this. I will say that I've had the right lane hooking more, and I think that's generally a consensus between most people. If they're hooking more for me, generally they're tighter for the right-handers, but that's just depending on topography and that kind of stuff. But I think that this net shot on 23, Rhino is probably going to move. And I say that because he's bowling with Martell, who's also throwing urethane. And Martell, I believe, left a bucket on this right lane. And then he 2, 4, 7, 8 on the left lane. So, see, now, that's only because he bucket on that lane. And He's trying to just go up the lane, and if he throws it left, it's going to go in the gutter.
Right.
There's not that. And somebody like Rhino who has softer hand at the bottom and kind of just rolls it a little bit more, he's able to just kind of let the ball read the front. So I think Rhino's going to move, and I think he's going to, if not strike, he's going to 7-pin.
Well, that's exactly what we saw earlier in the day. We had Anthony over here and Simonelli over here. They both got the ball to 2, but Simonelli, with a ton more surface and a lot more hand, kind of got it to face up, and it's still 3-6-7-9, but it got back to the head pin. Anthony's ball hit 2, and then it hit 1, and it had no chance because he didn't have the hand or the surface.
Right, and I think that's where the watching comes into play. If you're watching the squad or if you're just watching who you're bowling with, I will say I don't really like bowling with another lefty. And as like bad as that sounds, you're like, man, you're left-handed. Don't you want to bowl with somebody else who's on your side? I think to me it's a disadvantage, because if I'm doing something different than what other lefties are doing, and I've got somebody throwing urethane left of me, well, that just makes my break point tighter down the lane. And now I've got to either get on top of them and try and mimic their game. Let's watch Rhino shot, see what. Yeah, that one looked like it was a little slower. He looks like he hit it a little bit more, and that one actually read the lane great. So I will say my prediction here, Rhino's going to bowl 225 or above. I will say after that one, if transition goes the right way, which we never know anymore in this sport, I think Rhino's going to bowl 225 or above.
In the booth with Matt Russo here on Bowl TV and Flow Bowling. Appreciate everyone tuning in. If you have a question for Matt, please drop it in the chats, and we will pass those along. We just talked about and heard him kind of discuss, obviously, his experiences yesterday, even some foreshadowing and thinking about what he's going to do when he hits the lanes tonight. And then, let's see, you bowl tomorrow afternoon.
Correct. Straight up, I can't do what they're doing yet. It's just not my game, right? I can do it, but I can't say I can do it confidently, and I can't repeat it as well as I can repeat other things. So I'm not going to try that. If all else fails, that's what I'm going to have to do. But there's other things I'm going to try before I revert to that. Obviously, I think Rhino has a great look. Has it always gone his way? No, I mean, he's, I'd say, a couple under because he's got 28 in the second frame, and they add the scores here. But Rhino bowled pretty good yesterday. So I will definitely take into consideration what he's doing and kind of move forward. But I can't go up the lane and see my ball go, just roll into the body. My rev rate's a little too high, and I don't throw it as hard. So for me to throw it super hard, I don't repeat it as well as some other shots. And that's definitely something I've been practicing and kind of learning, because I know that that's something on tour that works out here. But it's not going to always be my A game.
I've asked a couple other players. Well, actually, Daniel talked to several players during the practice session. We talked to a ball rep yesterday and another player yesterday about the process to get down to 10 bowling balls, or go up to 10 bowling balls for that matter. How did you, between you, your reps, how did you guys come up with the game plan for your 10 bowling
That's a
balls?
very good question, actually. Obviously, we're bowling on two shorter patterns. 41 feet's kind of medium, but 37 is short. So basically, since we did see the longest pattern, the first, I had 4 balls that looked pretty good. So I had to make sure the second pattern, at least 2 of those balls had a chance, because we only get 10. So I use a plastic ball, so there's 9. Obviously, you're going to check your urethane ball, so now you're down to 8. And if you're somebody who can rely on urethane a little bit, you might check 2, so now you're down to 7. And you've got to build 7 off of whatever you've got, and you're capable to drill some, but you only can drill up until a certain point, right? And honestly, I'm kind of still new to all these global bowling balls. January 1st, I signed my new contract, so I'm still kind of learning what's in the bag and what's not. So I will say I was open to new balls. I did put in 2 balls that I know I'm really confident in, One of them happened to be the ball I used yesterday. But since the shapes are so different out here on tour, you've kind of got to build an arsenal based off of 5 or 6 balls and then fill in holes. So I did. By the 3rd practice session, I had 8 bowling balls that I was going to check, and then after the 3rd practice session, I still had 8 because I had 2 balls that worked, and 8 included 1 ball that I was going to drill, just because I kind of foreseed. I had a Badger infuse that I brought, and I looked at my reps and I was like, I just think I need something a little earlier, something a little bit more. If I have to get on top of it, it reads the front and kind of just continues and doesn't go sharp off the pattern. So we laid one out before we even bowled the 3rd practice session, and I actually had a chance to throw it before the practice session was over. So that one was already in the bag. It looked pretty good. So I had 2 balls left, and I had 2 holes. And I was like, well, I really don't want to drill anything because I don't know what this ball is going to do going down the lane. So I looked at my bag, and I had 2 other bowling balls that we were like, you know what, put that in there, because worst comes to worst, if you need to go to, if something happens on the lane that you haven't foreseen, you need to go to something. So I actually checked in 2 relatively weaker balls, one I can kind of go up the lane with, and one I can move in and kind of shape it a little bit. But it's really hard, and it's really a test to how well do you know your equipment, how comfortable are you in your own game, and do you trust your reps and do you trust yourself? And I will say, yeah, I trust my reps more than I trust myself right now because I'm still learning these bowling balls. And I mean, I'll say it on air. For 4 years, I threw a purple hammer. I mean, really, it's not all of my success, but when you look across college, I mean, the only ball that you kind of see on camera is a purple ball, and it's just a testament to,
It was weird when you weren't throwing it.
It was, wasn't it? You're right. And it's funny because a fun story, I mean, before we went to ITCs, I ended up – that's a really good shot for Rhino, by the way. Rhino does have a 4-bagger. And, Emil, I wish you would have bet me on that 225 because –
Well, why would I do that?
It's the U.S. Open.
I mean, but you're a smart dude, though.
Thank you. But going back to what I was saying before we went to ITCs, I ended up drilling 2 purple balls, and we got to the practice session, and not one of them went down the lane. And I looked at my coach, and I was like, what am I going to do? Literally, that's what I told him. I was like, I'm not going to have a purple ball to use. Like, I'm going to have to – obviously, it's not that I can't use anything else, but, I mean, that's weird in college not throwing one of those. And I found something. I used my brain, and I was like, let's try this. And I tried it, and, I mean, some of those matches, I was like, where did that come from? And it's just a testament to how much confidence I had in what I was doing. And, and now that I've gone to global, it's not that I have that confidence for sure. Now it's just about picking the right bowling balls. And, so that's what this whole 10-ball arsenal, that's what we're kind of the whole point of it here is picking the 10 bowling balls that you're most confident in. And I will say, I mean, I am very happy, that I've, kind of have a new experience. I thank everybody greatly at EBI for the couple of years that I spent there. And I am very grateful for 900 Global to, give me an opportunity. And Wes Pye is an amazing guy, and all the staff there at Global, and Steve Jacobs, our rep, and everybody that's helped me out so far since January. I can't be any happier. So that 10-ball arsenal is huge to kind of pick, and especially somebody like me who's relatively new to a company.
So kind of piggybacking off that, Ashley, who says hello in the chat, she asked earlier if players were allowed coaches or people they could talk to. So how much during competition do you rely on your ball reps or the people behind you with your company?
Oh my God! I will say it's been a lot. It's been a little bit more than usual, and I'm going to keep saying it's because I'm relatively new to most of these bowling balls. But then there's some times where I'm like, just trust yourself. Just trust your game. I tell you, one of the biggest guys I taught to a lot is Parker Bone. Not everybody knows, but Parker has been a huge influence in my life, and I grew up with him. So to have somebody like him and Johnny Petraglia, who's on my side of the lane, just to have somebody to talk to and say, when you see this out on tour, what do you do? And to hear from 2 of the greats probably ever to throw a bowling ball on that side of the lane, it's exceptionally confident for me to kind of talk to them and strategize and just kind of think about, it's a lot different out here on tour. And I actually had about a 35-minute conversation, and I had an online session with Parker before the practice was over about spares. And I said, dude, listen, I said, I'm missing a bunch of spares, and not because I can't shoot them, it's because what I'm doing, the ball is doing something different than what I normally see. And I'll tell you, in 10 minutes, I had never felt more confident on spares. And, I mean, I missed 3 makeables yesterday, and now one of them was a single pin. I chopped a 247. I chopped the sits off the 10, and I missed the 247-8. But for me to just turn it around like that, and I left probably 12 7-pins, and to make all of them, for me, that's unheard of, because I always, miss 2, and it's like, oh, are you kidding me? Like, out here, you can't, that can't be it. You can't just throw away pins like that. Now, multi-pin spares, things happen, right? But single pins, those are givens. Those are marks givens out here, So, to be, to kind of talk to people about what's going on in the lane and am I seeing this right? I thank all the guys that I'm able to talk to, some of the Storm reps, as well as Steve Jacobs, who's our global rep. He's been a huge help to me, and I can't thank him enough for just being another set of eyes and kind of allowing me to be confident in the choices that I'm making. So I will say that I talk to people a little bit more than usual, just because I feel like it helps me kind of think things through the right way. Because if you're going to make a decision out here, it has to be on the fly. You can't just say, oh, I should have. It has to be I'm going to, or, I'm not going to. That's a very good question.
Quick look at some scoring updates after 3 games for this block. For the first 3 games, Chris Vai is your leader at 729. Jesper 686, Vince Biondo 676, Michael Davidson 665, and Michael Holloman 658. As far as their overall plus minus is concerned, Christian Ascona leads the squad through 11 games at plus 124. Chris Vai plus 84, David Samard 72 over, Packy Hanrahan 62, Michael Davidson and defending champion Dom Barrett tied in 5th on the squad at plus 59. Jesper at 57, Anthony Lavery Spar at 54, and rounding out the top 10, Zach Doty at 51 over, and Kyle Troop at 28. 4 more players are plus. Thomas Larson 23 over, Michael Martell 17 over, OG Matt O'Grady 10 over, and Alex Cavagnaro 8 over.
That's 10 over with a 143, by the way.
Yes, it is.
So that also tells you the scoring pace and everything like that. Let's see what happens with this. Rhino just went high flush, super high flush on 23, and he slapped the 7 out on 24. So I'm going to say he's going to move a half, if not 1.
Got it left, it looks like.
Yeah,
Still
but
got
that's
it.
okay because that was left early.
Yep.
Now, if that would have gotten left down the lane, that would have probably washed out or maybe would have gotten 4. But that was left early, and that's a good miss. I mean, now he doesn't have to move because he has a little bit left. And if he throws it good enough, he might have a couple right. So
when you're playing the twig, do you want to, when you miss left like that and it faces up, that excites you?
You're talking to somebody who plays the twig about 3 times in his life.
I'm talking in general.
Yeah, that is exciting.
When you miss left and it faces up like that, no matter where you're at.
I threw a shot yesterday. I missed about 3 left down the lane, and it came back for a light 7-pin, and my eyes lit wide open. I mean, yeah, I only bowled 2-0, but I threw 2 shots, the 9th minute 10th frame, a touch fast, and they both split. But that just tells you how, for them probably being a half mile an hour faster, for your ball to just keep going like that, that just is a testament to the lane condition. But, yeah, when you throw 1 left and it comes off of it, that ball just has too much surface on it. It's burning up and is just going a little too long down the lane. But now that's helping Rhino because that ball has surface on it. And Rhino may have not gotten that one back if there would have been urethane still going down the lane. But, yes, you are 100% right. If you miss a little bit left and it peels off of it when you don't expect it to, it's especially in this tournament, yeah, that frees up the swing a little bit.
In the booth with Matt Russo. Matt, so what did you kind of start your tour journey?
Oh,
technically.
Like bowling at my first professional event? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, it had to be when I was like 15. I bowled a regional back in my home center, and
Okay.
I beat Pepe on his birthday. It was Father's Day. I finished second, but I beat Pepe on his birthday to get to the final match, and I felt terrible. But sorry, Pepe, but
And then so this year, obviously post college,
yes.
you said, okay, I want to go ahead and do this. When did you make that decision, and why do you want to be out here?
I would say officially January 1st is when I will absolutely because the tour doesn't start.
Sure.
But this has been a dream of mine since I was younger, since I first got into the sport. I love being out here. I love competing. I just love bowling. That's really what it comes down. I love bowling. I love watching bowling. Yeah, it stinks when you're not bowling well, but that's just part of it. It's part of the learning. And I really think like bowling in college kind of really just made a whole nother stamp on it. Like, yeah, this is what I want to do. I will say I'm probably not going to do it full time because you got to pay the bills and there's other things to take care of. But yeah, I'm going to give it a go for probably 2 years and see where it takes me. And if it works out, I'll be thankful. And if it doesn't, I can say, you know what, I really am happy that I did it. I don't want to have any regrets.
Sure.
But ever since I started bowling and I met Parker and Johnny when I was about 11 years old, and I watched them on TV, and I've gotten to watch Parker win live, and I was like, man, I want to do that. And when I've had some just small success with, winning winning tournaments here and there, and representing our country and winning medals, that's the feeling I want to get. So. Absolutely, I'm going to, give it a go full time next year, come January, and get my PBA card right after team trials, and see where it takes me. And that goes back to just being thankful for all the people that have been there to support me. And now I get to practice with Shannon O'Keefe. So that's not a bad person to practice with.
That's pretty good. That's it's a good person, and people, Brian, obviously, and
Absolutely.
to learn from as well.
Yes, obviously we all know that the seasons that Shannon has had on tour the past couple of years, and I am from Millstone, New Jersey, but for many people who don't know, I have moved with my girlfriend to Fairview Heights, Illinois, so we are happy in Fairview Heights and enjoying our journey together. And I got to watch her bowl on tour this summer, and that to me was really like, yeah, I want to do it. It's just more of a meaning to see somebody you love go out there and fulfill their dreams, and now I want to go out and fulfill mine. It's funny. I'm sitting in this chair, and my ball rep is next
to your
me.
right.
Yeah, and just mouthed something to me that is actually super important. That's going to be good for next block. So that's going back to who are you watching, right? So right there, we're going to watch Rhino because Rhino's going to bowl 9 spare in the 10s, 240. So. And the fact that he figured out the left lane pretty good, and Rhino won the U.S. Open doing what he's doing now with a different bowling ball. So I wouldn't want to bowl him with that kind of look for sure.
Martell 162. Alex with a spare will get to 228.
I just got a text message from one of my friends who bowled for Lindenwood, actually, Donald Lee. Do you know Donald Lee? Yeah, he just texted me and said, you're saying some great stuff on camera with a fire emoji. So thanks, Donald. If you're listening, I appreciate that. I like to sit here and talk to you guys and kind of, talk about bowling and just lighten it up. We've had some fun times on, so it just brings a different mood to people watching. You can talk about bowling all you want, right? But there's some times where it's like, let's talk about some other things that are interesting people while they're watching bowling, right? So that's what I try and do. You know, I like to give some informative stuff, answer questions. You know, but there's also, you know, people like to hear interesting stories about bowling, you know, and kind of the young look on the tour and that kind of stuff, you know.
Well, it's like he said early on, the broadcasts are about 95% bowling and 5% just random stuff. Just
Absolutely,
because
absolutely.
you can't talk bowling 110% of the time.
People are watching bowling, and for you to talk about what's going on just kind of kills the point of somebody watching, because then it's like, oh, that's a lucky break for Rhino. He might have moved off of his light shot to kind of make sure that he got it going the right way, or that just could have been that he threw it better and actually got it where he wanted to. But that's just a testament to the lane condition, and but that's a nice break because easily that 7 pitcher to sit up there.
And we didn't see a lot of those breaks yesterday for anyone.
Oh, absolutely not.
And we still haven't seen a lot today, but we've certainly seen more of that than we did yesterday.
And I thought the carry was pretty good in this building. And I mean it is, but not this tournament. This place knows that we're bowling the U.S. Open.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. I tried to tell Daniel, not specifically to like victory lanes, but you know, U.S. Open, it knows what's happening.
Simonelli just bowled 250. And the last game I watched him bowl, it looked like he didn't have very much. And I will say, it looks like he made a ball change.
Simonelli went 240, 150, 170, 180 the third game,
Right.
and then you
That's
said
the game that I watched him. And now he's going to bowl 258 if he gets them all here in the 10th. Right?
I will say that's not the ball he started with.
That it looked like he was throwing like a zing,
He was.
right? And that's where I watched him throw it down there on all the way on the first pair, and now it looks like he's throwing maybe a closer, that new radical ball. I'm not. He's throwing just about everything now, but it looks like he's just throwing a big asim. I believe that ball's asymmetric. I could be wrong. Sorry, but that doesn't look like it's any different than what he was doing. It just looks like he made a ball change. And that's really good. That's the right move.
'23 and 24 complete, and 25 and 26 just a few shots away from being complete. Matt, how long are you staying?
Can I stay for another game or two?
Yes, you can.
Because what? We're in game 5.
About to start
Yes.
5, yes.
5. So I'll stay till the end of game 6.
Okay.
All right. Because then I figured 7 and 8. We got practice somewhere around. I think we start. What time's practice for us? 6. The warm up pairs.
The range, I have not heard.
This is how much I followed. But yeah, I'll stay till the end of game 6 if that's okay with you guys.
I have no quarrels.
All right.
So what is your once you head out of the booth? What's your pre-squad routine? What do you do to get ready?
I will most likely put some headphones in, and just I've been really into this comedy thing the last couple of weeks. Emilio, you ever watch that show Wild and Out with Nick Cannon?
Oh yeah.
Dude, I've been into this show like crazy, right? On my drive here with my dad, we're sitting in the car, and I haven't even talked to him for like a half hour on the whole drive. I'm watching skits on Wild and Out. So I'll probably go watch a couple, Kevin Hart things on just to kind of lighten the mind, do a little bit. I've been really reading up on my mental game, kind of improving things, and obviously, when you have another half, they're on top of you, and I appreciate that. So, Lauren, if you're watching, thanks for always, being on top and making sure I've got, my head on straight. So, I've been doing a lot of kind of mental game improving, and I bought a book and read a book and took some notes. And so I'll probably just go lighten the mind up a little bit, just to stay loose and not think about, what's going to happen, going forward. Tonight, obviously, you don't want to think too far ahead. And, I'll pitch some bowling balls that I think are going to go down the lane over there, and I don't like to take too many out, because if I have 9 bowling balls out there and I'm like, okay, now what do I throw? So I'll grab a couple, probably 5 or 6, and make sure I got the right surfaces, and make sure my hand feels good in the ball, and just wait till they turn the lanes on and then and go from there. But I really don't say I have like a specific warm-up routine, and it's probably bad that I don't. But I kind of just go with the flow. So until that stops working, I won't change it. But I really haven't been bowling well the past couple of, I'd say, I don't know, probably since college was over. I just really haven't been bowling well, and I just think it's because I was getting too frustrated too quick. My mind wasn't in the right spot, and I was trying to force success instead of letting it come to me, and I was trying to force a lot of things. I was trying to force bowling 200. I was trying to do things that normally you wouldn't do, because you can't, once you let go of the bowling ball, you can't control what happens. And I was trying to control things I couldn't control, and that's no good, right? And actually after I left the summer swing, it was kind of an eye-opening experience, because I felt like I just felt good going into it, and obviously I bowled pretty bad, and I was like, okay, you know what, this is the time where you need to look at your game and say what is working and what isn't working, and go from there. And I had some conversations with the people that I trust the most, and figured some things out. So I definitely am looking for a better performance this week, and didn't start so bad yesterday, so I will continue on that tonight. But yeah, I will just lighten the mood up a little bit before I go and bowl.
New crosses on the lanes now. 23 and 24, Sean Daniels, Stephen Earhart, Kyle Troop, and Brent Boho. Get a chance to see Zach Doty, who lit it up last night but has struggled here this afternoon, along with Don Barrett, the defending champion.
Mike Wolf and Adam Zimmerman.
Adam Zimmerman actually was a teammate of mine over at Weber International. I called him my son, because I basically took care of him for 4 years. So he calls me Dad. He actually, me and Giorgio Clanaz, Daria's boyfriend, he called us Dad because we basically took care of him for 4 years. So, but he's been growing that beard since he's like 12. Can you imagine having a beard like that at 12? I mean, what if like your son came out and just had a full-grown beard?
There'd be some issues. We'd have to have a discussion.
That would be hilarious.
Dom Barrett gets off the mark with a strike. We saw Dom a little bit earlier, but he looked like he was struggling. Let's take a look at Dom's line here today.
He is 167, 192, 231. That puts him at minus 10. He's minus 14, so shot 196 the last game.
Okay. So at this point, I now ask both of you, and I know Matt obviously has been watching. So Daniel, we're about halfway. We are halfway through this block. Anything different or that stands out in regards to kind of what you were anticipating to kind of see from this squad based on what we saw this morning?
Well, Kyle's shot right there just shows that he's already crossing 25. I mentioned earlier that it looked like fewer players started out than what we saw this morning, which, as the day goes forward, means you're going to have more players playing in that track area, and it's going to blow up quicker, and they're going to move in faster. So these guys are already deeper now at this point than what we saw from this morning. That's really the biggest difference that I see. And then the fact that the left side still doesn't seem like it's consistent for all these guys. But, I mean, between Jesper, Holloman, Jacob, all those guys, they just can't seem to put consistent numbers up on the left side, so it's still not what I thought it might be and what a lot of people thought it might be.
I really didn't watch very much this morning.
Okay.
I'm staying with my sister this week and her boyfriend, so I didn't want to kind of, sit there and just watch bowling. But I was getting some insight. Obviously, I was talking to my reps, and so I don't really know exactly what happened this morning, but just a little bit of what I've been watching today. It does seem to be a little bit all over the place on our side, and it's pair to pair, and that's something to definitely look out for. But I didn't You know, I expected to get a little bit, the righties to be a little bit deeper than they are right now. But that could be, I don't know who threw urethane to start. I don't know who threw a bunch of surface. Obviously this morning, Frankie crushed him, and it looked like he was throwing a kind of bigger asim. You know, not hooking it too much, but he was deep enough to where his ball laid there. And Frankie's has a little bit of a trick roll, right? So if you can trick it a little bit and you find something that works, that's what you're going to go to. But I think that because the front's hooked so early in this building, I've only bowled here yesterday in practice, right? But obviously you can tell the front's hooked when you have to move. Barnes was going through 25 game 3 yesterday, right? I bowled crossing with Barnes, so that's also another great thing to kind of lighten everything up, you know. But for somebody like Barnes to go through 25 after 3 games, for somebody who doesn't hook it that much, and, you know, he was following Belmo, right? A couple pairs we followed Belmo, but still, when the front's hooked, you have to move. So I think that the fronts are hooking a little bit more than we suspected and planned for, but I think some people are getting trapped because they're too deep. And, I mean, if you look at Dom's shot on 28, the one that he just 2-8-10. That shot on 25 that he threw was basically identical, and he almost left the sit spin and did it over there and 2-8-10. So it's not that he has too much angle, it's just that the lanes are just, he's a little too deep. That's me trying to coach a right-hander, but that's just what I saw.
Sure.
You know, and it looks like he's actually going to make a ball change. And I wouldn't be surprised if he moved a couple more left and just shut his angle down a touch. Something probably maybe a little quicker off the spot. Let's see what happens. That might be an okay ball. It just might be a little too deep, a little too far right down the lane.
It's interesting. We are getting to. It feels like we're getting to a point, and it kind of felt this way this morning, where it was like, well, the scores were high early. There was kind of maybe a couple of defined places to play. People were having success, and then all of a sudden, you know, some transitions, some carry down, and then there's almost some indecision. People aren't quite sure what they should go to. So that may take you a couple frames, hopefully not too many. And then hopefully you also don't either, you know, have a split, miss a spare, and then you're trying to chase 180.
And I think that's just because everybody that you follow is you're following a different pair, and because they're not relatively the same pair to pair, you know, that tends to happen. And I mean, honestly, looking at Dom's first 3 frames, that's not a bad first 3 frames. He didn't go high, right? He threw 1 strike where at least he can kind of see what the lane's doing, and now it's just about finding the right ball and you know, just finding the right angle.
Pretty quick take a look at some numbers halfway through the block. Your block totals, Jesper Svensson leads at +9, +148. Chris Vi, +106. Christian Ascona, +82. Vince Biondo, +54. And David Samard, +51. That's your top 5 for those 4 games. Overall, for the 12-game total, Christian still leads the block. +1 for the squad, +149. Jesper, +119. David Samard, 94 over. Packy Hanrahan, +77. Chris Vi, +61. Dom Barrett, +55. Rhino, 45. Simonelli, 39. Zach Doty, 38. And Alex Cavagnaro, 36. 4 more players outside the top 10 or plus. Anthony Lavery Spar, +34. Thomas Larson, +29. Michael Davidson, +15. And Kyle Troop back in the plus range at +4.
And Troop started with the front 4. He looks pretty confident, so I think we might see a good game. And I say a good game being 220. Yeah, people will say great games 220, but at the U.S. Open, 220s. You're happy with 220. Let me ask you guys this question. What do you guys think the cut's going to be? We're kind of halfway through the tournament, right? We got another half of this squad, another squad, you know. I'd say we're about almost half. What do you think the cut's going to be? They're taking 30 sits. So right now the cut is +36.
So it's 203 even is the average for 36th place.
and you're going to say that the squad tonight probably is going to bowl decent. You're not going to say great, not going to say bad, but we've had 2 squads to watch. It's a mix of players. Do you think it's going to be 100? You think it's going to go up 64 pins in a day and a half? And tomorrow's pattern is 37 feet.
It was 201 after yesterday, so we're halfway through today. It's went up 2 pins. I'm going to say it's going to go up 2 more pins to a 205 average, and then tomorrow it's going to drop down to about 204 average. So it's what, 24, 40, 96. Yeah, I guess I would say right around plus 100.
Let's hear it in the chat. People who are watching, comment in the chat and let us know what you guys think the cut's going to be at the U.S. Open for 24 games. Just give a plus minus. You don't have to give an explanation. Just a plus minus. We kind of want to see what people are thinking based on what they're watching.
And to give you an idea, plus 96 would be a 204 average.
I think 100 is a good stretch. But we could totally be wrong, right? You know, tomorrow could end up only going to plus 70, plus 80, depending on how people bowl. But I think 100 is a good stretch.
Hold on a second. I will give my answer in 60 seconds.
We got 120. That's 120. That's a lot for this tournament.
That's.
I mean, I don't mean to burst the bubble, but I think
that'd be 205. And last year 36th place was 205.88, and then after the cashers round, the top 24 cut was 206.17.
I think if there's any day to get all of those pinned, it's today. And tomorrow they're going to be tough. Yesterday they were a little tough. Frankie showed that you can strike today. So I think today is going to be the pattern that kind of get most of the pins. The cut yesterday was. Do we know what the cut? Remember the cut?
36th.
Yeah.
36th was actually it was Tim Pfeiffer at plus 9.
Okay, and it went up to what is it? 36 now, plus 36 now.
Yeah.
So you'd figure it's probably gonna go. I'm gonna say it's gonna be like 50 or maybe 50 after all tonight's over. I'd say it's gonna go up to 50. So you'd figure if it went up 40 pins, yeah, actually 100. Daniel, you might be onto something. 100 might be. You might cash in for 100.
I'm going to go plus 89. That's my answer.
Okay.
Aaron just dropped a poll in the chat. Higher or lower? Plus 100 to make the top 36. Remember the last time I did this, I gave away something. This was a long time ago. I can't give you anything this time because we're already giving away things. Speaking of that, stay tuned. Apple AirPods will be given away at some point later in this block, so stay tuned for that.
Well, the only left-hander I see striking in front of us is Jesper. Holloman's not bowling too great. And then down over there, Simonelli. Yeah, he's bowling good. And Rhino's somewhere down over there.
Rhinos went 3-bagger, 9 spare strike.
Yeah, so.
And Martel has went spare strike, open, spare, split.
I think he just left a 4-9. 6-8, sorry. So.
See, even you left-handers talk in right-hander speak.
I do because I'm around right-handers all the time. People know what I mean, I hope. Have you guys been following the World Series at all?
You know, it's funny, before you came on, we were talking how during this event we're in here, 16, 17 hours a day. We're kind of shut off from the outside world. We did see game one, or the game two results, so we know that Washington was up 2-0. I know nothing after that.
They lost. Nationals lost last night 4-1.
Okay.
I am rooting for the Nationals. Not that I'm not a Nationals fan, but I wouldn't say I'm a Nationals fan either. I like to watch the Nationals. I was a fan of Scherzer when he was with Detroit. I just think he's a great pitcher. I was a fan of Strasburg when he was in college. I just think they have a great story. A team that has never made the playoffs, the World Series, I'm sorry. For Ryan Zimmerman to be with the team since their first draft pick, to get their first World Series. Like, all of this stuff, Juan Soto, like, they have so much great stuff coming out of this organization. I root for them. I think they're, they had the best record since May. So I like their team, so I've been rooting for them. And last night just kind of showed how good the Astros are compared to what they've been playing like. So I think it's going to be – they play again tonight, so I think it's going to be a great game. I might be thinking about that more than my own bowling tonight. But, that's not – oh, well, it depends on how well I'm bowling.
Maybe to lighten the mood, as you lighten the mind, as you talked about earlier.
Yes. And we can't use our phones this week, so I can't even look up the score while I'm bowling. But maybe they'll flash it on one TV or something, or we'll have to see.
Well, part of what Houston has going against it is the fact they won 2 years ago, and they're kind of the evil. They're the villain right now because of the whole stealing signs controversy, and then you turn on to Washington, the storyline of having never been there, and the franchise going back to Montreal, and it's just not working in Houston's favor this World Series.
Kyle Troop with 6 out of 7. Sean Daniels. 3-9 for Sean. A couple players here. Brent Boho, you just saw him double. Earhart trying to double up as well. And Dom, where we're just a couple of strikes through 6 frames. We'll see where Steven is as we get kind of later now into the block.
Front 6 on 20 for Jesper. Also, Thomas Larson down on 35 and 36 on the front 5.
If you guys had to pick one player in the field to bowl 300, the first 300 this week, who would you pick?
That's a good question.
I wouldn't even pick myself if I had to answer that question.
That is a good question. Does it matter what pattern?
Absolutely not. My first pick was Bill O'Neill.
See, my thought is it has to be somebody tonight because I don't see 3 getting shot tomorrow.
No, but how good has Bill been bowling this season?
Very good.
Like, he's been a couple pairs to the left of me yesterday and this week, and it just seems like every shot that I watch him bowl is a strike.
Well, he did to strike a lot.
Oh my God, yeah. Bowl like 780 the first 2 games, right? Something like that.
That would be a bad choice, obviously.
Oh, for sure.
Either with Belmo.
Oh, yep.
Nice break there from Brent.
I'm going Marshall.
Marshall made it. Marshall turned it around quick yesterday. After the first game, didn't bowl so hot and just kind of found it, And that's what it's about, just finding it. If Jesper gets to the 9th, do you think he bowls 300? If he gets them all to the 9th?
I can't say because we often black cloud people.
You're right. Do you want to hear a funny story about black clouding? I walked into the bathroom yesterday, and guess who was standing in the urinal next to me? Jason Thomas. And I walked in, and I was like, man, I am so nervous right now. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, because I'm saying yes to you, JT. And then I don't know how we got started talking about black clouding people, but that's what happened. So I figured I'd share that with everybody.
That was interesting.
That's behind the scenes stuff that you don't really see unless you're, or you hear about.
That's not in the backstage channel, by the way,
No.
folks, on Bowl TV.
Unfortunately not.
But back to your question, I would say I don't know simply because I haven't seen the 7 shots. So
Okay.
I don't know if he's been dead nut flush for 7 frames.
Four
if he's been,
of them that I've seen have been high flush.
which doesn't surprise me, and that would be my
No.
assumption.
Yeah, of course. The one he just threw in the 7th looked like he was like bowling out house. So, did you guys expect more urethane to go down the lane on this pattern, or?
No. I would expect to see more tomorrow, even though I don't think it's going to work.
And do you think it's not going to work because of the pattern draft that you saw, or did you watch a little bit of practice?
Watching practice, the lefties that I watched in practice couldn't seem to keep it on the left side of the lane, and then the right-handers that I watched, they just couldn't get the down lane motion they needed with. They couldn't get it, and I say down lane motion with urethane, they couldn't get it to pick up early where they wanted. And the minute they tried to change their angles, well, you can't change angles with urethane really, not at a very high success rate. So I would hope to see more resin go down the lane tomorrow, just because I don't think urethane is going to be in play at a clip you would need to compete at a U.S. Open. Got that one in pretty far. All right, Jesper up on lane 19 momentarily, front 7.
You guys are both bowlers. How much do you think that the pattern graph that we see matters? And if it does matter, do you think all of it matters, or do you think just like the volume and the length and the shape? And the shape, I mean the ratio.
I think it matters for a game.
Yep.
And then the field will determine what matters at that point. Because the minute you play the graph, let's say the graph says play 5, and you play 5 for 8 games, but the field is 7 boards left of you, and you spend 8 games playing 5, and you go minus 120, as Jesper throws the 8th, doesn't like it. Oh, and for good reason, Jesper washes out in the 8th. But let's say you play the graph and play 5 and go minus $120, and the field is 7 boards left of you, and 8 guys are plus 100. Well, you can look back and go, man, I played the graph the way it should have played, but the field dictated otherwise.
I would agree with that. And I would say just because I, never really was the best, and still not. I wouldn't consider myself an expert on pattern or graph reading. But growing up with like the rule of thumb, or the rule of 31, for example. But then also seeing in person how if you follow that every single time, you could be wrong a couple times. It may play completely different than what you anticipated or thought, and so a lot of times you use that as a barometer, but then you have to use your eyes to help you certainly understand what you should or should not be doing.
I feel like that happens a lot, though. I feel like most people just follow what the graph says, and forget about topography and who we're bowling with and that kind of stuff. So those are very good answers. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's a good question. Matt Russo, Daniel Ferris, Emil Williams Jr. here in the booth. Bowl TV simulcast here on Flow Bowling Game 5 of 8. This is Day 2, C Squad, here at the 2019 U.S. Open. And at that point of the day, as I just mentioned, that it just doesn't feel, quite the same as when we started, because the confidence level seemed so much higher when we began things. And we've seen strikes on the fresh today, both this squad and this morning, combating what happens in this afternoon block, and really the only person or two people that seem to be able to do that the best today obviously were Francois and Anthony Simonson. Kyle
Are you
Troop, however,
surprised though with Simonson? Like Simonson is like nothing against Frankie, just Frankie has won this tournament, proven all over the world that he can strike, and is bowling great right now. But Simonson's, I think he's top 2 in the world right now, and I say that just what he's been doing. So it was only a matter of time before Simonson was going to strike a lot.
I think you could never really be surprised, and we talked about it earlier. I mean, there's not really much that he cannot do. But if you hone in on everything else kind of surrounding the squad, and you look at what Francois was doing, it's almost like you had to look 2 or 3 times because he was just that consistent across a full 8-game block, which is very difficult to do at the U.S. Open. Really, any 8-game block, but especially at the U.S. Open. And right now in this squad, it looks like Kyle Troop this is his second 250 game this block.
That's a huge 37 over, or no, it's going to be 57 over, I believe. 60, maybe 60 over, probably around there. I think. What was it? So no, 30 only, could be 57, I believe. But relatively around that, and that's huge. He's got games 6, 7, and 8 to go. With started in the minuses, I believe today, right? He was 4 over, so he'll be 58 over.
Yeah, he's 4 over overall right now.
Yeah, that just wouldn't add up though, because it says 27, and 30 is going to be 57.
There may have been a score turned in wrong for the online.
So he's going to be 57 over, 3 games to go.
Kyle is someone I think from the hometown portion. He's had a nice support group the last couple days here, and that I think certainly goes a long way. Sounds like having family and friends nearby.
Oh, it's huge. Especially when you're bowling well. Obviously, you don't want to bowl bad when there's so many people here watching you, but you can't control that. You can only control what, letting it go. But if you're hitting the pocket and just not striking, then it's just how the pins fall.
Down on 35 and 36, Chris Vine stepping up the 10th in a few minutes with a chance at 276. Front 3, 6 spare, next 5.
It's not quite leading the squad.
He is 5th on the squad at plus 61.
So let's see, Christian Ascona doing his thing.
Yeah, Ascona is one of those guys that if he can get in and hook it, it don't matter what he's got in his hand. And it's not that he's not good at going up the lane, but if you want to pitch people at their A game, you're going to pick Ascona's. His A game is to move in and shape it, and I am not surprised at all that he's bowling well. And he bowled pretty good yesterday, right? Didn't he get like 40 over, right?
Christian was 67 over yesterday.
So there you go.
And he opened with a 158.
So there you go. That's just, he's good at other things as well, right? But now, 220, 220, 20, 220, and where's he? He's going to bowl. He's got, doesn't look. He started with the front 3 and it looks like he's only going to bowl 2-0.
Yeah, he can punch in the 10th for 2-0, has not bowled the 10th
but
yet.
But this is a transition game, kind of. This is, a game where they're not quite into the last transition, maybe, So, still, he's another one of those guys that can make a run.
How many in your when you're paying attention and in the moment, how many transitions do you think you see typically in an 8-game block in a setting like this, the U.S. Open?
I'd say I'm gonna say 3 on my side of the lane. Generally, and I count the transition being if you're like on top of it, then you have to move like another zone. Obviously, that's transition, right? So I'm gonna say 3. But yesterday, I really didn't. I only saw the front hook. And then the last game, like I said, I couldn't find the right combination to where I just had to go like 10 to 12 right of where I was. And that's huge. That's a lot of transition to see. But I didn't see like, I had to move, 4 or 5 times. So yes, for Bowl 264, by the way. So, but yeah, I'd say 3, Emil. That'd be a fair amount. But I wouldn't say like I'm looking for transition. I would say I let my bowling ball kind of let me know what's going on. Because if you suspect that there's transition happening, I believe that you're not going to make that as confident of a shot. Because then you're like, that ball is supposed to hook, right? Well, it's not supposed to hook. If the lane hasn't changed, it's not going to hook, right? You can throw it there 100 times. You may get, I like to tell people, okay, you throw 10 shots. In 10 shots, the lane is probably not going to transition as much as you think it will, right? But if you get one right and it hooks, that should tell you that you don't have to move, right? You have a couple boards right, a couple boards left, right? But if you throw 10 shots and you get one right and it doesn't hook, and you get one in and it hooks, you probably have to move because you've got OB to the right, and you don't ever want to have OB to the right, hook to the left. That's where kind of transition is kind of coming. So you want to get on the other side of it to now you have hook to the right and OB to the left. Not OB, hold, sorry. So I kind of look at transition a little bit differently than that was a really good shot by Packy, actually. He's somebody I watch a lot. Relatively similar games.
Mm-hmm.
Throws it a little bit harder, but we kind of play the lanes similar. I've known Packy for a long time, actually. Going back to JBT bowling days. I believe he's from Connecticut, I want to say.
Question for you about lane topography.
Yes.
Are you good at reading or lane topography charts? Okay, perfect.
It's just something I learned at Kedrell. So I'll glance at them. If I'm bowling well, I won't look at them at all. That's just another variable that I have to worry about. If I'm bowling well, I'm just going to look at what my ball is doing on the lane, right? But if I'm not bowling well, or if I'm trying to make a strategic move, I'm going to look at topography and say, okay, how much different is this left lane or different? And you have to know what these things saying, right? So if you looked at this graph, so for everybody watching home, we have this graph pulled up.
And before you get into it, Kim Ruiz asked us this earlier, and Daniel kind of gave us the basics as well. We said, okay, well, at some point we'll have a player rep talk about it also. So go right ahead.
I wouldn't say I'm an expert at reading this graph.
It's okay.
I could get them backwards, but
it's more of if you give a how-to.
Yeah, so you just want to look at where all the colors are, and that's basically simple. You want to look at where all the red spots are, and the main 2 colors you want to look for are red and blue. From what I've kind of picked up on is that the red is where the lane hooks, and the blue is where the lane is kind of tighter. And I could be backwards, so people watching don't hold me to it. But from what it looks like,
Yeah, because the arrows.
correct.
I'm with you.
So if you read the graph, the red arrows are pointing to the left, and the blue arrows are pointing to the right. So I would assume that the left on the right, the lane hooks, right? So we have a graph pulled up for pair. What lane is this?
That's 15, 16.
15 and 16, okay? And we kind of see on the right side of the lane around 10 to 15, we see a little bit more red on the left lane than we do on the right lane. And that's the track area. So generally you want to say, okay, the track area hooks more on 15 than it does on 16. But if you look at 3, 4, 5, 6, it's relatively the same. right? You might see a little more darker blue down the lane on 15, but that's kind of towards the pin dead, so your ball is going to already transition. If you're going to play the darter, you're not going to play relative. You're not going to play the darter on 45 feet, right? So you're not going to ever see that. But if you're playing the gutter on 37, 38 feet, you're probably going to see it start to hook right where the dark blue starts again. So that could be that this lane might be a touch tighter off the break point because there's a little bit more darker blue, but they're relatively going to be the same. It's just that 15 in the track area is going to hook a little bit more. Now, it's important on the left side, though, is that 16 is going to hook earlier than 15. There's a little bit more red in the front. There's kind of a green spot, so the ball maybe push a little bit more and then hook early, but it's going to hook probably immediately on 16. One of the pairs that I kind of looked at that was relatively different, it's funny because it's right here, is 17-18. Just by looking at it, you can tell how different the left lane is compared to the right lane, and it's just all about knowing how to read that. But that's the most, I'd say that's the most I'll go into it because that's all I kind of know. And that's all I kind of look for. I look for the red and the blue and, kind of see what's going on.
And the point that I made when we talked about it earlier is that this number may be high, but 99% of amateur tournaments, you don't have this information.
Absolutely not. We never had this information going back to a couple years ago. We never, the first time I think we got access to it was like team trials a couple years ago. We were at Sunset Station, and we had topography drafts, and I actually went over to somebody who had them, and I said, can you just happen to, because we were allowed to look, right? So I wasn't going to go search for them. I didn't know where to find it, and I said, can you just tell me where, if these lanes are different? And that kind of determined where I was going to play because I wanted to make sure that my ball was going to do something relatively the same every time I kind of hit what I was looking at. So, Kim, that's relatively what I can explain to you about the topography graphs and what I see. If you do have any other questions about that kind of stuff, I'll be glad to answer it. Probably later on after I'm done bowling or later on in the week, and I can get you some more information about that. Feel free to like my page on Facebook. It's Matthew Russo is my athletic page. Feel free to give it a like, follow along on my bowling journey, as well as give USBC a like, and bowl.com is the Facebook page, I believe, right? USBC Sport of Bowling.
Yep.
That's feel free to give them a like. They're putting out some great content. I really like what you guys are putting out and kind of that kind of stuff. So feel free to give us a like and and follow along on the journeys.
Game number 6 underway, and another place where we are giving away great content is inside the vault. Unlocking the treasure chest, that's what USBC has done. Newly digitized historical telecasts, including PWBA Team USA, World Team Challenge, those are very popular. ITCs, of course, collegiate, and more inside the vault. The latest release this week, the 1991 U.S. Amateur Finals featuring Hall of Famers Linda Barnes and Lucy Sandiland. So you can check that out inside the vault on Bowl TV.
Take a look, game 6 of the squad here on 23 and 24. We feature Matt O'Grady, Nicholas Christie, Brandon Runk, and Packy Hanrahan. 25 and 26, Michael Davidson, David Samard, Christian Ascona, and Mitch Hoope.
Funny thing to note, people watching, Ascona is coming to the pair that Don Barrett just got off of. And I believe Don Bold,
bad.
Yeah, right? That's 170
It's
maybe?
160, 170.
By the way, shout out to Mike Wolf, who shot 250 on this pair. So there's some, there could be still something. But go ahead to your point.
I think Ascona is going to figure this pair out pretty quickly. I don't know. Do we know if he struck out in the 10th for 2-0 or probably?
I did not see.
Okay, so if he nine spare strike is 181 about. So coming off 180, got a good block going. I think he's going to figure this pair out and get a couple strikes here.
He shot, let's see, 180. Yeah, 181 because he's at 1063. He was at 882 coming in.
Perfect. So, my math was right. Look at that. Good job.
Back to E's comment about Wolf shooting 259. Mike did that out around 345.
Really?
Mike was right up the outside part of the lane. I know we were all kind of talking in our conversation and not looking a lot at the action on the lanes. We were more focusing on, Troop and Dom kind of Troop exploiting 23 and 24 playing in. Dom struggling on 25 and 26 playing in. But Mike out around 3, 4, 5. His last title was the Cheetah Championship. He's really good at playing the gutter.
Yeah.
I see that back at home all the time. So it does not surprise me that Mike was able to find something out around 5 when a lot of right-handers aren't still out there. I'll say that Mitch Hoope gets the ball out to about 5, 6, 7.
If he's going to play there, I don't think that's the right ball. It looks like it's a strong ASIM. I believe it's a Futura from EBI.
Futura is a symmetric.
Symmetric?
It is.
Oh, wow. Well, I just think that ball's too strong for where he's playing.
This late in the block?
Yeah, for this late in the block.
Problem.
Now, if we were for game 1, game 2, obviously, yeah. But I just think this late in the block where all the righties are generally in, 23, 24, 25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So not to look too far past tonight, but once we get past the U.S. Open, what does your bowling schedule look like?
Not very much, actually. Holiday doubles in December.
I'll be there.
Yeah, obviously I live down the street now from St. Clair Bowls, so it'd be nice, kind of stay at home. And then there's a warm-up holiday doubles tournament that they're running in November, so I'll bowl that with the lady, and then bowling the holiday doubles with Brian Halen.
Okay.
But probably nothing other than league and a couple local tournaments, maybe a regional here or there, but not too much tournament-wise. The tour is basically almost over, and then there's overseas stuff, but I'm not going to be overseas this rest of the year. But just gonna keep working on my game and improving stuff and learning more about the bowling balls and getting a really solid 12, 13, 14 bowling balls together, so when tour comes around in January, I just have that feeling of, yes, these are the 12 14 that I know that I could use in my arsenal. I wish there was more tour stops or that I could bowl, but unfortunately we'll wait till January comes around, and but I'm glad that I can practice from now until January, and team trials is the next big one, I'd say, on the list.
Game 5 results are in for the block. Jesper Svensson high with plus 212. Chris Vi, this is their 5-game totals. Jesper plus 212, Chris Vi plus 172, Vince Biondo plus 90, Rhino plus 70, and Christian Ascona plus 63. Their overall totals for 13 games. Jesper, now the squad leader at plus 183, Christian 130, Chris Vi 127, David Samard plus 85, Rhino Page plus 81. And the one thing that still surprises me is even after 5 games, Zach Doty still struggling, has the second to lowest block total, 838, so minus 162 for 5. And now this is where he turned it on last night. Shot 730 for the back 3. But, of course, you're talking about a completely different pattern. Much different mindset. He was bowling pretty well up until the last 3 last night and just turned it on. So we'll see what if anything, Zach can put together to try and salvage tonight. And as I was saying earlier, make tomorrow relevant. You don't want to put up a big number day 1 and then shoot yourself in the foot day 2 and put yourself in a position in day 3 to have to go big just to make the cut.
Not at this tournament, unfortunately. It is the U.S. Open, and it's the hardest tournament to win.
Yes, it is.
Did you ever bowl this tournament?
I bowled it 3 times. First time I bowled it, I cashed right around I was in the 80s. The second time, after day 2, I was 24th. And then this was back at Carolier back in 2011.
Okay, yeah.
And I was unaware of the phenomenon where everybody starts further left each day.
Absolutely.
I
That's when they had
didn't-
one pattern.
I didn't know that. We had one pattern.
One pattern, yeah.
It went fresh, burn, fresh.
Right.
And I'm trying to remember. I started on the burn
Okay.
and bowled really well at plus 120.
Yeah, that's where usually everybody gets their pins, but then it happens where you bowl okay on the burn and you get all your pins on the fresh. So
And then the next day on the fresh, I was okay. I was tied for 24th with Missy Parkin. And then everybody just kept moving in. And day 3, I was absolutely out to the woods. And I fell down into the 70s, made the cashier's round, because back then it was a large field.
right.
And ended up climbing up to 62nd, I think. So got a check out of it.
Oh,
And then bowled Columbus. And that was a dumpster fire. That was that was bad.
we've all had those.
Gosh,
I
that was
promise.
bad.
This may sound strange, Daniel, but are you smelling pizza? I just have a sense of like pizza. Do you kind of smell pizza? Maybe it's just me.
I do
but
not. It might be just you.
I don't know. Oh,
I've eaten recently in the last
Okay.
couple of hours, so I don't have that hungry bug where I'm smelling everything within, within nose sight, so to speak.
going back to your point before, you said Mike Wolf moved right 345 and bowled 250. I'm looking across the house real quick, and O'Grady's, up it. Cavanero down there is up it. BJ Moore is kind of going up it. So I think it's kind of catching on to maybe where going right may be better than moving in. There may be a little bit more play out there. I think you have to have obviously you have to have the right ball and the right hand speed combination. But if you can do it, I don't think it's bad, because I think I just watched Nate Garcia throw a shot on 21, and it looked like he threw it pretty good, but it just 2-8-10, and he tripled, and I think from in there, I think that's so possible because they're changing so quick. But I think that there are guys that are bowling well from in there because they're like Troop, Chris Vi, they're doing it with the right balls and they have the right angle. But I don't think going right is bad. It's a bad choice. So like another like Davidson
go.
right there, like that didn't look like it was bad down the lane, but it just goes an extra foot if you get it too far to the right.
Well, even though that's that kind of spot, the track has burned up a little bit, it still is 41 feet. So if you do get it right, it's not. This ball's not going to want to recover.
Correct.
There's just enough dry on the back part of the lane where last night or yesterday, if you missed right, we were leaving 1-2-4s. On this, because there's a little more dry to help the ball get back, it's coming in behind the head pin,
Correct.
and you're leaving 2-8-10s.
And that Estona just threw a really good shot on lane on 25. He left a 2-pin. He may have moved. I'm not even sure. It didn't even look like he moved, but he threw it good again on 26, and it went high. Now, both lanes are probably different, but from in there, I think that just isn't. If you're trying to bowl 230 or 220 right now, not that he needs it, but I don't think that from in there you can right now. I think 2-0 in there is good, 190, but I think there might be a touch to go right. I think you can bowl, 220 from the right. Were you somebody that, if you felt like when you moved in they were a little hard, did you ever try going right?
I'm a very much a throwback player, so medium to low ball speed, medium to low rev rate. So I was known for playing the twig.
Okay.
So I'm always a track area player. Now, as the years have went on and my game's developed, I can certainly play further in. And Ian and I were talking about it earlier, bowling with Brian Valenta in college.
Yeah.
I was just messing around with two-handed, and I've actually developed that into a B game. So it's something I can do if I need to. But I've always typically found a way with ball surface and drillings to be able to stay further right.
Absolutely. See, that's okay though. That's a 2-8-10 that turned into a 9 count, and that's okay. That's a good miss, right?
I mean, if he can get that ball to just read the spot of pinch sooner, talk about Matt O'Grady with the 2-pin over there.
I think it just might be he might just be able to throw it a touch slower.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're speed sensitive, like it looks like they are, he might be able to just shut his angle down or maybe just roll it a touch more, because it looks like he's trying to get his hand around the side of it, just trying to get it to scoot through all the stuff in the front. but I think he's bowling relatively well. I believe, even though he bowled 140, I think his last couple of games have been pretty good. 20 under maybe.
60s, 81s. He's 27 under for the block.
And he bowled 140, so 143 is 57 under, and he's got 30 of it bat in what 2-3 games. So that people may say, oh, 30 of it in 3 games is not a lot, but when you're at this point in the tournament on this condition,
it is.
30 is a lot, absolutely.
Joined by Matt Russo in the booth, Daniel Farish here. Emil Williams has stepped away for a moment. Matt, question for you. We talked yesterday, Emil and I, about if we could pick our squad, which squad we would prefer, A, B, or C, depending on if you wanted to get the morning out of the way, the first day, or if you wanted to bowl morning the last day to have, the third day all day after you got done to relax. What's your preference?
Honestly, I will say I would pick B, just because the last day you have the night squad, and you kind of get to see what the cut's at and where the scores are going. But honestly, I would like A. And I say that because A, you bowl, especially when you're bowling on 3 different patterns, right? So A, I bowled yesterday morning. I bowled decent, right? Now I'm bowling tonight. I get to watch 2 full squads on a different pattern to see what works and what doesn't work. Now tomorrow I bowl the afternoon, right? And I get to kind of watch a little bit of the morning squad to kind of see where, and at that point, when you're at that point in the tournament and you're on the afternoon squad, you need to have a solid block, right? But you don't want to be thinking too much about numbers, where I feel like if you're in the B squad, the night squad, you're thinking about, okay, this is what I need to make the cut, this is how far I am behind. You start pressing, you start, forcing a little bit more instead of just letting it go. So I honestly, I would prefer A. If there's the 3 squads. If there's 2 squads, I prefer B. Because if it's 3 days, you get second squad, first squad, second squad. But generally, when there's a 3-day tournament, it is A, B, and C, so it's not unfair for A squad. But in a 3-day tournament, I would pick A, and in a 2-day tournament, or in a tournament where it's 1 squad and 2 squads, I'd pick B. But at the Masters, I would want A or C. I would want the burn squad to be somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
Just because you want to tackle the fresh when they're right in the beginning. And then, because then if the fresh was hard, they're only going to get harder. Because they lay the pattern down more, they get tighter, right? The memory of either the night before or the practice session, or if they run a Pro-Am, is kind of off the lane. So I would want the burn squad to be somewhere in the middle, kind of. If I didn't have so good of a block on the fresh, I can kind of know that the burn squad, I might be able to touch it. That's
Better shot by Matt right there.
It looked like he moved a couple to the left.
He did.
And kept his break point down the lane the same, which was a smart play because he got out of that hang. It looks like they're getting tight down the lane right now, just what I'm seeing from a couple of the righties. So that's a huge because he makes a good shot on lanes on the left lane and it goes through the pins the right way. 230 is definitely could definitely be out there for him. I mean, he's got 258, but we don't like to say they're going to strike out because you never know, right? But I'm rooting for him. I've been a friend of O'Grady's for a long time, so. But yeah, I definitely think this shot on lane on 23 is going to be huge because both times he's bowled on it, I think he split. So he probably left to 310. Is my assumption.
I would say so, yeah.
Right.
I think it'd be fair to guess that, yeah.
Right, and then he 2-pinned. So that's for going from a 310 and then moving and 2-pinning is better than 310ing and moving and 2-8-10ing.
It is.
So yeah, I think he's going to he's a smart enough player to where he's going to make us rate a better adjustment to where it's going to hit the pocket.
Let's see. He'll be following Nick Christie after Nick shoots the 310. We'll see what OG does here. He was one of the first guys I met the year that I made junior team at the banquet, and he was just bouncing all over the walls, full of energy. I'm like, who is this kid? Like, what is his problem? Like, not his problem. What's his deal?
And you met O'Grady with the spiky hair.
Oh yes. Oh, the OG with the spiky
Yes.
hair. July 2005.
Yes.
Yes.
We kind of pull that up every once in a while when we're at camp. And because, when you go to the ITRC, you can see all the old photos. So we kind of pull that up to kind of reminisce about OG's spiky hair and everything. So, but for many people that follow bowling, might not know that O'Grady did win the TOC a couple years ago.
Yeah, he did.
Ran through a tough field. Ran through Belmo, Andrew Anderson, BJ Moore. That was a fun show.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed watching him win that.
Yeah, just made such great shots and
There you go.
Yeah.
O'Grady
there-
with the spiky hair.
There it is. It's crazy. If anybody wants to see what Matt O'Grady looks like with spiky hair, just Google Matt O'Grady Team USA, and I guarantee you there will be a video on YouTube and there'll be a photo, his Team USA profile somewhere. Will be up there.
I'm right there.
There you are.
Problem is, I had spiky hair too. Yeah.
It looked like he made a decent shot that just looked like it was slow. But
Now here's what scares me is maybe not in this arena, because in here 9 spare is a good frame, and I wouldn't necessarily jump off of that ball right now or that area of the lane. But if I go 2-pin, especially if I go 3-10, make an adjustment, 2-pin, make an adjustment, 4-pin, that 2-pin, 4-pin is a big red flag to me, because that's telling me, okay, the ball doesn't want to carry when it gets high flush, but if it doesn't want to recover if it's a little right or a little long down lane, that's scary to me. But again, they're both 9 spares.
I think he's just going to make a better shot. I think he knew that one wasn't great, so I think he's just going to make a better shot. And I think that's kind of what separates others from the best, is that they just make better shots when they know they don't have. Like an average bowler probably would move now,
Right.
because he saw his ball. Just it was slow and it overhooked, so they probably move, make a great shot, and then you either 2-8-10 or you're like, wow, why didn't that hook? I think he's just going to make a better shot.
Well, he hasn't missed on the right lane yet. Michael Davidson just about headbutted his ball. But
I bowled in college with Michael Davis.
please don't do that.
Yeah, he was one of those guys in college where you just didn't want to give him a chance, because the energy that he created when he let go of it was just like it was taken back, because just so much power, revolutions, and he just threw the pins everywhere. So I think it's great that he's out here bowling, and he's a great kid, and he's looking to learn, and so he's somebody I root for, and now that we're in the same central region, now I get to compete against him at the next level. So it's always fun to bowl against the guys that you bowled against in college, and now that you're not part of a team.
it's left.
That's interesting, because the last shot in that lane was probably about 5 or 6 left with a little more angle, where that one was straight up the lane.
Yeah,
So-
that was.
So I don't know if he saw something that somebody else, that made him. But hey, it's a strike. You move on, and Vince Biondo here, 258 if he gets them all.
And Vince got the first one in the 10th, puts him in the 240s, just off to our left on 21 and 22. You'll actually see him just to the left of your screen on lane 22 in just a moment. Yeah, a chance to get into the 250s for Vince. Tim Foy Jr. had the front 6 opened in the 7th. Jesper Svensson, spare open double, 2 spares and a strike. Again, he's off to our right on 27 and 28.
Looks like they're running behind for our squad, for the night squad. I don't know if they did it last night, but I just think that they're running a little behind. So
A lot of two-shot frames out there.
yeah, so for everybody watching at home, if you do kind of see that, you know, the squad starts a little late, don't worry. They're gonna broadcast it, I promise.
Oh yeah, we'll be here. I think we were talking earlier that last night was my night to leave early. I left after Game 4 of the night block, and E's gonna get to do the same thing. And they told me they left the bowl last night around 1 o'clock.
That's bowling though.
That is. That's U.S. Open week. It's almost as brutal as Junior Gold week.
I just got a message from Aaron Smith saying, "You're so old now that you're calling people kids." Did I call somebody a kid? I'm trying to.
You must have at some
I
point.
must have. Well, Aaron.
He did mention in the chat earlier. He said, "Ask Matt about that one time he asked me to film him throwing a strike."
Oh,
So what's that?
we were at the Masters this past year,
Okay.
and I was so confident. Like I was striking a bunch in the practice session. I was like, I need a video. Right? I have a fan, I have a following, so I'm like, I like to post up.
Mhm.
So I'm like, all right, who did I ask for a video? And I was like, you know what, the perfect person, the guy who videos Aaron. Aaron, right? So call Aaron down. And I was like, listen, do you mind getting a video? Sure. So I said, Aaron, this is gonna strike one. There was 2 minutes left in practice,
Okay.
so I knew I had to get it. Like
You had it.
can't throw any more balls. I don't want to do it during qualifying, right? So first shot, I mean, we're bowling on 39 feet, so obviously if you get it going left, for me, it's just going to keep going, right?
Mhm.
Throwing some really weak bowling ball and lacing them, so I'm comfortable. I said, Aaron, all right, I'm going to stride one and done. I missed the head pin to the left. I think I got like 6. And Aaron looked at me and he said something to me about it. And I was like, okay, now you have to get another one. So I got another one. So he didn't know when he struck. But he proceeded to post on Twitter the video of me getting 6 or 5. And wrote, he captioned it like, when Matt Russo asks you to take a video and you get, when and I was like, man, I trusted this guy. You got to pull it up because I think it's on USBC. Yeah, there. Yeah, I think that's his page.
Let's just go to his page. See if I can pull it up.
I had it. I like screen recorded it in my phone.
This was Masters. This would have been back in March.
Oh yeah.
Luckily, Aaron doesn't post too much on
Yeah,
social
don't worry,
media.
Aaron. We're totally digging into your personal life right now, but that's okay.
That's fine.
This is it.
That's gone. Oh, that's gone.
Well, you didn't. I mean, luckily you got 8, but he didn't even proceed to post the next video. He just said he struck on the next one. So, nobody. It's a lot of fun. I really have a lot of fun with you guys, and I enjoy coming out to these events.
Well, it doesn't matter what he was going to do because O'Grady just moved in, made a big move in on that lane.
I will tell you guys, that was impressive. At this point in the tournament, with being, 20 under, he needs, this is a huge game, right? Get him to 18 over, 2 games to go, and you throw in like that was impressive. I will tell you. Oh, Aaron said I called Michael Davidson a kid. I don't know if I'd ever call Michael Davidson a kid because he's about 3 feet taller than me, and I know he can beat me up. So, I don't know if I'd ever want to say, hey, kid.
Well, that's like we were talking yesterday, the discussion about, who was it? Somebody made a comment asking in the chat about lefties lofting it, like a gutter cap or a gutter.
Okay.
And I was discussing with E about some of the lefties in front of us, it's not a skill set they necessarily have to have because they don't have to do that. And Anthony Nair was in front of us, and he was playing up 3, 4, 5. He bombed one. And I said, you know what? I'm not going to tell Anthony Nair he can't do anything because he's bigger than me, and he would probably shove me in a 2-ball bag and throw me down the lane.
There are people that that I think, we were practicing. So Anthony's on staff with us at Global. So we were practicing at the practice session, and he just, while we were bowling on the the 41-foot pattern, tonight's pattern, right? And he was trying to get his urethane ball to hook, and just wasn't working out for him. So he threw one of our biggest balls that hooked out of the building for me, and it struck. And I was like, okay, I can't do that because I just don't throw it that hard. And one of the guys on our staff looked at me and said, "You're about the size of his leg." And I'm like, you know what? You're right.
You're not wrong.
I don't ever want to, like, make him angry. It's a huge double for Packy.
It's good. Puts him in the 2-0s, keeps him plus. That's one of those patented U.S. Open games, a clean 2-0.
I didn't have a clean game once yesterday.
Oh,
Every game I had a split, but I bowled a bunch of 2-0s. I bowled a 220, I think.
well, then you threw some strikes to make up for him.
I did. But, like, I don't know the last time I had a clean game. Actually, it was in league. I bowl a doubles league on Monday nights. We travel, like, St. Clair and High Top and a bunch. And my girlfriend crushes me every single week.
I know who your girlfriend is, so that makes sense.
Yes, for anybody who doesn't know, Lauren Pate is my girlfriend, world-renowned star at McKendree. And she crushes me every single week. It's like a point system. I've won, like, 4 out of the 80 points that we have. She went 3 weeks without losing a point.
But you're left-handed. You should be winning points left and right.
You're right, but when you're not as talented as she is, you don't.
All right, now you're just trying to earn brownie points.
Do you think O'Grady's going to strike on this shot?
Well, he made a move left.
I think it's going to be at least. It's going to hit the pocket.
He's moved 3 zones.
That's better go. Yeah, that's a huge. That's a man who wants it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the moves that you have to make though out here,
It
right?
is.
Like, obviously he's getting 9 from where he's at, right? And he's bowling it. He's gonna at least bowl, if he went 9 spare out, the rest of the game he's bowling 2-0. But he knows he needs a good game, a 230, and now he took a chance, which you have to do, and it paid off.
And what I'm seeing from that ball motion, just his last 2 shots moving in around 15, is that it's the same ball he was throwing out to the right. So when he was playing right, he had the wrong ball. He had the right ball in the wrong area of the lane, because this motion is 10 times better, and this ball wants to strike where it's at.
And sometimes that's really good.
Good shot.
That was really good. It just looked like he got his hand up the bat a little bit more of it, so it didn't retain enough energy as the other 2 did. But 227 with that jump, we'll take it.
It puts him even on the day.
Huge. Daniel, I think I'm going to stay for another game because we were running behind, and if you'd like me to, I
works for
stay
me.
for Game 7.
Absolutely.
I can do that.
So good game for OG. 227 gets back to even on the day.
Zach Doty is struggling this game. 99 in the 8th, strike in the 9th. And it looks like he carried the messenger for a double, but
Zach is a player from New York who went to college in Kentucky,
and won
Morehead
junior
State.
gold. He won junior gold. If
He
people
did.
don't
He
know.
won junior
Yeah.
gold. Nice spare.
That's huge because that's even.
Yeah, I guess it saves him even on the day.
And now you can go out to the next pair and say, you know what? I just saved that game for even. He's looking at 150, maybe with going into the 7th. They caught at Brooklyn in the 9th, huge, and got up in the 10th, threw it really good for a double and for a 4-batter. And that's the small things, right? Yeah, I understand he would have bowled 198, but to write -2 down on your card instead of 0.
You won 0. Absolutely.
At this tournament, absolutely. We'd like to welcome back Emil Williams Jr. to the broadcasting booth.
Yes. And we'd like to thank you for all your contributions. I think the fans enjoyed that.
You're welcome. I did mention to Daniel I'm gonna stick around for this
Oh,
second game.
my bad.
We're running a little bit. I heard we're running a little bit behind for the practice pairs. I heard like 6:30.
okay.
So yeah, we're if I have to step out early, I might, but I'm good if I'm allowed.
We need to find out when we are going to give away some Apple AirPods. Did you know we're giving away stuff, man?
I heard. Let me tell you. Funny thing is, my dad won one of your giveaways during the
How about that?
during the PWBA tour season, and he did it by accident. He was logged into my account, and I got an email from the USBC saying, "Thank you for winning a giveaway." And I was like, "What is going on?" I was like, I wasn't watching. Obviously, I'm at the tour stop, right? Called my dad. He's like, "Yeah, so I accidentally hit the giveaway button by accident." I was like, "You won, right?" He's like, "I did." I was like, "Yeah, you won the giveaway." So he got a signed card by Diana. So, yeah, by accident.
Well, how about that?
So, let's give away some stuff.
That's a great story.
Emil, how are we giving away the AirPods? Are we giving a question or?
No, it's everything that we do from a giveaway standpoint on Bowl TV.
Oh, the
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like that.
Simply by raffle. All you have to do is enter, and you are eligible.
No favorites, right?
Yeah, that's it. All right, Jacob Buttroff is back with us along with Vince Biondo. Last time we saw Vince, he was putting in work over on 23 and 24. This is game 7, which means we are inching closer and closer to our AirPod giveaway. I didn't see any other questions in the chat, so for those who may have one or two for Matt Russo. Drop those in the chat, and he's already, of course, talked about some stuff in regards to earlier today, or yesterday's competition, I should say, what he's looking forward to when he does hit the lanes. What were you saying, my man? Sorry.
I was finding out what apparently the practice pair, the new practice pairs.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
The range is great.
Yes. Okay.
It's an opportunity to obviously warm up, get loose. I assume, because I'm not there, obviously, you're looking at a range of equipment based on what you've already considered, thought about. Now, you don't have that opportunity to go through those options when you get to your starting pair, which I like. If you're warm and ready to go, it keeps there's less shots, and hopefully patterns hold up on that standpoint as well.
You have to look at about 3 or 4 different bowling balls, and you have to realize that they're different down there than they are over here, right? So when you come and get your 2 shots of practice, you can't throw 2 balls. And I say that because you get 1 shot in each lane. So if you're going to throw 1 ball on 25 and another ball on 26, when you pick up the whatever ball, right, and you haven't thrown it on the other lane, how do you know that the lanes are the same? And if you start out open at this tournament, and it's not the first block, that's kind of hard to think about. I wouldn't want to go open and not throw 2. If I'm going to throw the same ball twice and I go open, that's just bad shots. But if you're going open with and not knowing what the other ball is going to do, I don't like that. I firmly believe you have to throw the same ball. I almost did it yesterday. I almost threw 2 different balls, but I was like, you know what? I can't, because I don't feel confident when I start a game off open or throwing it good and not seeing the result. And that's just me as a player, right?
Sure.
But somebody else may be able to do that, because if they're in between 2 balls, right? But I don't think throwing the 2 balls with 1 shot on each lane would be the best choice. I'm not going to say it's the wrong choice because there is no wrong choice, right? It's whatever the player feels and whatever they see. I don't think for me, it wouldn't be the right choice.
Thomas Larson, Jim Price, Anthony Lavery Spar, and Chris Vi on 23 and 24. Did you get an update, you said, on what time?
Yes, I heard like 7:30 is when they're going to start the practice pairs.
No way.
That's what I heard 6:30.
No way. What time is it?
It's 5.
No way.
It's 5:15.
You might start bowling at 7.
So 6:30.
7:15.
So they'll open 6:30 the pairs.
Something like that. Yeah, there's no way.
I was first told 6:30, and then I asked again, and I believe that they thought I was asking when we're going to start this.
Right.
So I heard 7:30.
That sounds
So
more
I'm
like
going to say 6:30 is when we're going to practice down.
like competition.
Yeah.
Yes. I would imagine yesterday was about the same.
Same, right?
Yes. Quick note. Actually, Jude, let me help you with that. Jude, if you go to the archived events channel. And then within that channel, there are multiple playlists, and they are listed by event. And then at that point, you'll be able to find what you are looking for in regards to today's B squad from this morning. I'm sorry, my bad.
No, that's okay. I'm glad that you. Yeah, that's great. No, there's just a question in the chat about favorite and least favorite bowling balls of all time. I don't think I can answer most of that because I'm on staff with Global. But I will answer the other question is something that you didn't match up for you. And that's a very good question because I did just make the transition over to 900 Global. So there have been a couple balls that haven't matched up, and I think that's just because my game doesn't match up to every bowling ball. But I will say my favorite bowling ball of all time has to be the Blue Eruption and Purple Hammer. It has to be. It has to be. I mean, how do you not with all the success, you know? But my favorite bowling ball currently from 900 Global is the Ordnance Pearl.
Okay.
It's like it's a medium mid performance bowling ball. It's clean. It's got a nice motion off the end of the pattern. It's not too sharp. It's not too rolly. It's that in between type of ball. So that would be my favorite ball right now. But of all time, I'd have to say the Blue Eruption and the Purple Hammer.
I would go with an original Black Widow, an Ultimate Inferno, and I don't know if there's a third for me. There are a few options that could be third, but there's so many that they don't compare to the first two.
What was the best ball you threw in college?
Ooh. Black Widow. And
Ultimate Inferno.
Ultimate Inferno. And a Roto Grip Silver Streak Particle.
One of the most underestimated balls of all time.
Silver Streak Particle and a Silver Streak Reactive. Those two were amazing.
That had like the gold logo with the SD on it, didn't it? No.
It didn't have the SD.
Then maybe that's a different ball.
I think that's yes. But the logo kind of in the middle or center of the grip where the pin was yellow. Appreciate everyone tuning in. It's a good combo. Good question.
That is a good question.
Justin. Jude, let me know if you have any questions in regards to, again, finding the archived events. It may help if you let me know in the chat if you're on desktop or if you're looking to watch on a mobile device. That may change how you get there a little bit, and I'll be happy to help with that. Shout out to my man Billy G, by the way. We go way back and to youth bowling, junior gold, and the man was such a good friend. He even let us use his spinner while we were at Junior Gold one year.
What a nice guy. I used to bring
He's
a
a good dude.
stinger with me. I used to bring one. Get in the car, drive to Junior Gold all the time. Put a ball spinner in there.
It's a good dude. So thanks for watching, my man, and good to hear from you. I'll see you at some point. Let's see how Jacob Buttriff can finish the day here. 2 games left in this block. Matt, I asked Daniel kind of every 3 games or so, or if we see something that's just kind of odd, or even if we see a lot of good scores in a particular game, what he's seen. And you've been here for what about 3 games or so?
Yeah,
at
I got
this
here
point?
about in the middle of game 3.
Is it anything changed? And I'd imagine so. And
Absolutely.
if so, what has changed in your opinion from what you've seen?
They got a little tighter down the lane.
Okay.
And as you move deeper, they're getting clipped. So what I mean by clipped for people watching is that there's hood, and then if you get it going right, it falls off of it. So basically, there's not a, basically it's like if you're on a cliff. If you move right, you fall off of it, and if you move left, you keep going. So I think they're getting a little clipped the farther you go. I did mention to Daniel, I think David. Daniel. See, when he's not sitting here, I can't call him by his right name. I did mention to Daniel, I think that moving right isn't a bad play. And I think it's moving right, like, 5, 6, 7. But you can't throw it at the gutter. It's 41 feet, right? And you can't kind of miss to the left. So I think it's somebody who is going to be able to play him straight, who's good at that, right? But we watched O'Grady bowl on 23 and 24. Playing him up 3, 4, 5. And then he moved to about 10 to 5. A couple shots, 9 spare. And then he jumped 2 zones and got a double for 227. Now, that just tells you right there that it changed from what he was doing before to what he came to now. And it could be just that pair. But at this tournament, you have to do that move if you want to succeed and you want to make the cut, right? He could have easily got 9 the rest of the way, bowled 2L 190. Great. He bowled 227, 30 more pins than he thought he was going to bowl, and he did that with a move that he felt was right, and he got up there, threw it confidently. The ball did the right thing. Jacob just threw it out to like 2 and it struck, but no surprise there. But going back to O'Grady, the lane changed that quick, right? And I think they're a little tighter down the lane, and I think that there's not as much hold in the middle part lane as there was. So I think that's where you need to create a little bit more angle. And I think it's just a little bit weaker balls, kind of shutting them down a little bit so you're away from that cliff. So it doesn't start to get wet dry where one shot hoods, one shot doesn't, and, all the weird stuff that happens.
I'm very curious, how do you, and this is kind of probably true in any event, right? Especially when you're moving pairs in just about every tournament that you compete in, you move pairs at this point. How do you try and even close to being, to figuring out why or how you should move, how much when you go pair to pair, right? So from game 4 to game 5, how do you approach the start of that next game when you move?
If there's a lefty on the pair, it comes down to what ball they're throwing. If there's not, generally I just throw one good. Yesterday,
That's important.
Yes, you have to, right?
Right.
And if there's no lefty on the pair, what am I going to move for? Unless the pair screams they're 5 and 3 different, right? But if they're 2-1 tighter, if they're 2-1 hooking more, maybe a half, because you can 4-pin, 6-pin, right? But if I think they're the same, I'm going to stay and throw just shot and see what happens, right? It's the first frame. 9 out is 279 in the first frame, right? So, but if there's a lefty on the pair, it comes down to what ball they're throwing it. And it happened yesterday. I was following one pair. I followed Graham Fa. He was throwing some like new motive ball. It's like half urethane, half reactive, and he was in the same zone that I was in. And I said to my rep Steve, I said, I'm going to move, just change my angle, because I knew the fronts, they were just going to be overall tighter. Urethane going down the lane made them tighter. 45 feet, dead flat. Obviously, you need to change some angle. So I changed my angle, and I think I 3-9. So I left the double wood. spared it, and I went to the other lane, and I just threw it a touch slower, and it struck. And I said, okay, if I don't move there, I probably wash out, and now I don't know what to do on the next lane. But I basically hit the head pin. I 3-9'd, and I was like, okay, let me just throw it a little slower. And I threw slower, and it read the lane the right way, and I think I bowled like 2-0, I didn't make such great shots down the stretch yesterday, but I bowled good enough to where, the first 7 games to where I felt like with the moves that I was making were correct. So going back to your question, it determines who's on the pair and what, how much I feel like they're transitioning. There's sometimes where I don't move at all.
Really?
No matter who's who's on the pair.
Right.
If I'm in a different part of the lane, I won't move at all. Right? And sometimes if there's a lefty on the pair, I might just stay there because sometimes my ball just doesn't see it like others do. Right? So I might just stay there and see what happens. So then there were a couple times I've done that. I've just stayed there, but in college it was big, though. You needed to know, right? Especially in Baker.
Right.
I always asked, is there a lefty? What are they doing? Because there's so many bowlers that you just need to know, how good can they repeat shots? What are they throwing? And where are they playing? And if I came to a pair where, some guy was just knuckling it up 4-5, it didn't affect me, right? But if there's a guy who's hooking it with 500 grit and I'm throwing a urethane ball, I can't play there. I need to move the front hook, so situational, really.
23-26, and right now Jacob Buttriff has gone strike, spare, 4-bagger. And we talked about Jacob. We mentioned his struggles a little bit yesterday, and trying to end this thing on a good note. It's there's another 8 games, so you don't quite know what's going to happen. All you can do is get as many as you can, and if anybody can put together a block that seems out of the blue,
yes,
it certainly could be Jacob.
If he gets lined up tomorrow with any urethane ball and they don't transition as quick as they have been, 200 over for the first 4 games is absolutely in the reach for Jacob. I told this to my dad. I was walking to the car and I said, "You know what, Dad?" I said, Jacob didn't have the best day yesterday, but the fact that he can get to even today is scary. He went 200 and I don't even know the score that he bowled yesterday. 200 and some under.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he can go 200 and something over today and have a chance to be in the top 24 before the Cashers round tomorrow, scary. It just tells you how good he is, right? And you can't even say like yesterday is because he's a bad player. It's everybody has those days. It just happened to be that his bad day was just bad, right? And you may not match up. There's other things that factor into it. You just physically may be bad, but he's one of those kids that if he's for these games tomorrow start like this, I see him making the cut. I still think he can make the cut. He's probably over, right? He's over today. 2 under for today. With this game here, 50 over, for today, I can see him making the cut, being that one guy that comes from behind, and he's one of those guys, like you said, he can make the cut.
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows that his abilities to string strikes and put together large blocks, that looked pretty good there.
That looked like Buttriff. I didn't watch him bowl yesterday at all, but just talking to him a little bit in practice.
I'm going to be honest, I mean, he's smiling. Man, I don't think he was
smiling yesterday.
It was that bad.
Yeah, and it's crazy how one block can, I mean, yeah, I was aggravated that I bowled 150 the last game yesterday, but eventually you just have to be like, okay, tomorrow's a new day, And I think just on our side of the lane, the left side, they're kind of getting a little bit playable now. Just from what I'm seeing, I think that they're kind of running into where it's consistent across both lanes, and that's something that you have to look for. And I think Buttriff has figured it out a little bit, And obviously we know his experience in this tournament,
Yep.
the last couple of years. So
just the squad alone, we talked about Jesper, and looks like we don't have the. I don't know if we got scores after 6. So Jesper leading the squad still at plus 159. Christian Ascona at plus 119. Why does that sound so familiar? Scores did update, right?
It did not. I don't believe
this
so.
is game 7, right?
This is 7.
That's right.
Yeah, so they have it up. They have it on the scrolling board up there. It's after 14, so that would be right.
That's correct.
Okay.
And that would mean Don Barrett at plus 106. And it looked like Don for a while was going to kind of continue to struggle ever so slightly. But the key was he never got to a point where he was consistently shooting 160. And if you can save 190, 180, he shot 268 last game, speaking of Don Barrett. And now he's 100 over for the block.
And when he came over here to 25 and 26, it just looked like he didn't have anything. And I think you're going to run into that. You run into those periods where you just don't have it. And maximize, minimizing it to, I say 170 because it's possible in this tournament, that's okay because there's pairs where you can bowl 250, 260. We've seen it, 270.
Sure.
You can. So
there are a few pairs that will allow you. And there's going to be some games that's just going to allow you to do that too.
absolutely.
I think the fresh has been relatively kind for most on this pattern from what we've seen today.
Because of the getting the 2 shots, I think that it allows. I think the 15 minutes of practice hurts some people more than it helps them because then you get used to too many balls. And then you're like, oh, I should have thrown the other ball, or oh, I should have did this. Where you got to go with what your heart desires, and you got to make it good. Yeah, that's a really good strike. That shot for Butcher got to the left early, and it looked like he probably wasn't going to make it back, and he smacked the 7 out. So, yeah. But going back to Dom, Dom's the defending champion, knows what it takes to come from behind to make a cut, and he's 100 and something over for this block, and I think he was, a couple over yesterday, right? So with two games to go, I think he's put himself in a good position.
He was 69 over yesterday.
So he's 180 over about. That's a lot.
Thomas Larson, who has gone spare 5-bagger as well, actually would have been my pick when you asked about who we think might shoot 300. And I based it on what I saw from him on the 37-foot pattern in practice.
So you think tomorrow?
I mean, it certainly could be today.
Oh, you're right. No, you're right.
But that's when I saw him.
Daniel and I were saying tomorrow.
Wow. Someone who he can play straight, and
Yes.
every ball he threw on that pattern just obliterated the pins. Now that was practice. I get it. I know. But I think he's got a good game plan.
And that's what it's about at this event, the game plan. But I don't know if you guys have talked about this yet, but I think it needs to be a point of one person in this field that is probably shocking the world right now, and it's Verity Crawley.
That's absolutely right. We talked about Verity specifically last night because we had Rob on, and Rob at that time, I think Verity was in our vicinity or on the pair, and we were talking about, or he was talking about her plan and committing to it and what she has done, and she's in great position to move on or advance, I should say.
Absolutely, and obviously the women's tour, right? She had an okay season, right? But to have that season to come out here at the U.S. Open, the hardest tournament to win, and to come out here and be in the top 24 after your squad, I mean, that's just tells you how good she is, right? And yeah, we may have not seen it all yet. Obviously, we haven't on the women's tour, but if she makes this cut, you can't count her out to make the match play.
No.
You can't count her out to make the show. I mean, it's possible, and I think that most people don't realize that how good she actually is. I mean, I bowled with her for a couple years at Weber, and she is that good of a player. she's going through a point in her game right now where she's learning stuff and she's trained. Right, she's trying to be more versatile, and you got to give her props for coming out here and bowling.
Yeah,
you know?
it doesn't. First of all, just to shoe up, right? And she advances to the PTQ, as did Maria from the PWBA, and shout out to Caroline Thazier as well.
Correct. Junior gold champion.
Junior gold, one of the second youngest player to be in this field, but specifically to Verity. I think one because of her skill, right? She's already versatile enough to be in places that the lanes may cause her to play, and obviously the pattern's certainly set to do that.
Yep.
But then there's the difference thing with when we're talking about, the major law from the guys and, some of the extreme angles. But she was able to kind of continue to do what she was doing, but leave herself makeable spares when she did not strike.
Correct.
And keep herself in great position.
And we know that, speaking of the
Nice shot.
the two women that are, I say women because Caroline's younger.
Sure.
The two women who are in this event can get in there and hook it with the guys, right? Maria throws is a little bit softer, but we know they can get in there and hook it. So them being able to succeed, I think a little bit better out here maybe because the guys hook it, right? And on tour, not all the women get in there and bang on it and break them down as quick. So I wouldn't be surprised if Verity makes match play.
Well, she's got 4 runner-up finishes in her short, 3-year
Correct.
career at this point. So we know she's going to win.
And a great track record at the Queens.
Yep.
So, and she's got a great supporting, group behind her, and so yeah, she will win.
You know who else is doing work? I mentioned his name earlier, but Vince Biondo is 60 over.
For overall.
For this block. For this block. Overall, give me 1 second. He's 60 over.
Overall.
Yep.
Well,
He is 60 over.
he's a bunch over for the block. He's about to bowl 245. Just bowled 258. A game to go. I'm going to say he gets to 120 over. Another great shot by Butcher. Gets to 120 over going after tonight. See him making the cut?
This is pretty. This would be pretty cool. I mean, he won I believe, a qualifier, one of the local qualifiers. There were 20, if I recall correctly. But I was talking to Daniel earlier. Vince from the Chicagoland area. He coaches at Judson University, which is in Elgin, Illinois. His wife is a former Team USA member. His son, Brandon, as you know.
Yes. Very well, actually.
Wichita State. Former junior Team USA member himself.
Yeah.
And it's good to see stories like Vince.
Brandon's value at Wichita bowling, and teammate of mine on junior team. And Vince is they're a great family. But I mean, I don't think anybody expected, somebody like Vince, who has bowling talent, who has bowled in these events before. But there's people to watch. You don't know it, but you'd be surprised. And that's a smart play right there. Just threw one head dead down the middle, right, for 245.
Why is that smart?
Because if he throws one good and gets 5, okay, you go to the next pair and you just got 5. You're on a roll, 250, 240. You go to the next pair, you're going to say to yourself at this tournament, why did I leave those 5 pins out there? It's a mental thing, right? You go to that next pair and you say, I just bowled 258, 245, right? I've got it, right? I'm making all the right moves. My ball's doing the right thing. You get out there and you go double Creek Church for 240 or double 2810 for 243, and you go to that next pair and you're not as confident, even though you bowled 240. And it's because that last shot didn't do what you thought it was going to do.
That's the lasting impression you had.
Correct. Now, do I make a ball change?
Right.
So now if he goes to this next pair and this pair's looking 2-1 more, right? And that ball didn't get back on this pair, it's not going to get back on the next pair. So, as small as that sounds and as silly as that is, in this tournament, in these professional events, it's another 20, 30 pins.
I like that.
That's why sometimes I don't ball change on fill balls. Because if I feel like I'm throwing it good and I feel like I have the right ball, if I ball change, it's a different feel, right? Your eyes see some different color. It sees a different shape. It's totally different. Now, if you know you need to ball change, yes, that's when you try something on the field. But if you're bowling well, and he threw this same ball, I think it's a Halo Pearl. He threw it for 258 and just threw it for 245. You don't ball change. I don't care if the net sparrow hits 10 more. You go and throw that ball and see what it does, and then you make your decision. But I got to give it up. That's a smart play at this tournament. So.
And Mr. Buttriff, of course, finished out 280. He got a nice round of applause. We were talking about his shots as they were going up until the 10th frame. And, again, the smile, obviously. You know, it's much easier when you strike to smile. But, you know, considering the day, that helps a ton. And, you know, 280 is 280, right? So confidence is confidence.
I just liked what he came over and just said to me. He said, I finally figured him out. That's somebody who just believes in his game, right? Like, it's not like, you know, I stink, or, you know, like, I can't do this, you know, like, he believes that he can still make the cut. Like, he finally figured him out. 280, probably going to bowl 250 the next game, just because of you know, and to finish 130 over the last two games. He's 78 over now, and if he gets 250 the next game, puts him at 138 over for the block, and he was 200 and something under for the tournament.
285.
Okay, so 150 is 200 and no, it's 113 about 130. And I was telling this to Emil. If he gets lined up tomorrow, he's somebody that can have 200 over in the first 4 games.
Absolutely.
So that's why, like, that comment is a huge mental thing, and I keep going back to that because that's how big, like, the mental part of it is.
Thomas Larson, as Chris Vi gets to 183 this game. Vi has been solid throughout the day. He was 5th on this squad at plus 80 coming into this game. Now here is Thomas Larson, 7th at plus 64 again, just talking about C squad. He's got a chance to get into the 260s.
Uh-oh.
You know, Daniel.
Come on, man.
Yes, Mark.
Before I go, right, Emil said that Thomas Larson is going to bowl 300 at this tournament. What do you think about that?
I mean, he had front 9 last night. It's not out of the realm.
And he's somebody who
I
like,
actually forgot all about that, to be honest. So I'm not even piggybacking off that.
he is somebody that can just finds his way. You know, super versatile player, all around good guy, very quiet, and I mean he's 8 over for today, or he'll be 28 over.
Strike here put him 28 over on the day.
Anthony can get to 203.
Actually, 193. Sorry to cut you off, but he did leave a 4-pin that fell over and stood back up. Unfortunately.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
That's a big hit, though, because 7 minus and 3 plus is a lot different.
Again, it goes back to what you and I were talking about. Is simply the difference between writing negative and positive.
Yeah, it's like Emil, you were in here, but Davidson, right? Michael Davidson got up in the 10th and threw the first one really good off of Brooklyn struck. Second one in the 10th, he got 6. It was the 6, 7, 9, 10.
Yes.
And he spared it. Did he spare it? Right? He spared it. He spared it.
For 200 even.
For 200 even. Now, if he gets 2, it's -2 on the scorecard.
Yep.
And he goes to the next pair and says, man, I had a chance for 210, didn't double, and then I couldn't get them all for 2-0. Spares it for 2-0, and now he writes 0. I mean, he didn't bowl that hot the next game, but still though, that's but you wouldn't be able to know that, right?
Right.
So.
Right.
All right. Well, I'm going to go watch somebody in particular to kind of continue to see what's going on in this last game, and I hope I cross one of these live stream pairs today, and maybe I'll see you tonight for an interview, Emil.
Well, that would mean you did something good.
You're right. But thanks for having me. I love doing this stuff, and thanks for everybody tuning in and kind of, hope you guys learned some stuff and just kind of, enjoy the night listening to Emil and Daniel.
I wasn't sure what name you were about to
Yeah,
say.
neither was I.
I think the suspense was the best part of it because
It
it's
was.
like, what is he, so.
No, real appreciate you, Matt. Thank you for sharing some time, and go see what you need to see to help yourself today.
Absolutely. Thanks, everybody, and thank you guys for having me anytime.
All right, man. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
That is Matt Russo, ladies and gentlemen. He is going to finish his preparation. He will be hitting the lanes tonight in about, I would say, an hour and 15 or so. Actually, yeah, about an hour and 15. If you are logging on and thinking that you're about to watch the last squad of the day, which would be A squad today, similar to yesterday, squads are running a touch behind. And so A squad will probably hit the lanes, I would say, at or a little bit after 7 p.m. Thank you all for tuning in as they had to, and still working on getting this pin respot for Anthony Leary-Spar so he can finish his 10th frame. Meanwhile, Ryan Burks, Wes Malott, BJ Moore, and Jake Rollins here on 25 and 26. This group, this is C Squad, right?
Yes.
I think
Yes.
this group finished around our feature pairs. I think they were on it yesterday or last night. I should talk about. Looks like the 4-pin fell again on 24, so
This is a good teaching moment for any aspiring tournament directors out there. And it's not this right here. I ran the GLBA Masters tournament back home when I was the association manager 3 years ago, and Matt Ogle was bowling and he left a 9-pin and the sweep took it off and left an empty pin deck. And in my I'm going to make up a word here. In my noviceness of being a tournament director at this point, I saw Matt go ahead and shoot it. I am 99% sure Matt Ogle is going to hit a 9-pin in the face. Even though it wasn't there, we were going to spot it. We were going to say, okay, I think he made it. And it would have hit the 8,
yeah.
and it might have hit the 9. And I was like, okay. I was like, Matt, this was my fault as a tournament director. I'm going to give it to you. And in the back of my head, I said, I'm never doing that again.
Nope.
I'm spotting the pin every time.
Well, folks, we've reached game 8. And obviously, I don't know if I mentioned that we'd say we'd do it game 8. We just said we'd do it in the back half of this game, certainly. But we have reached the pinnacle. It is near giveaway time. We'll give it a few more frames. We'll give it a couple more frames before we get things popping. But while we have a moment, and just in case, I know we talked about this, but this is one of the keys that we will be live on Bowl TV quite often throughout the rest of this year and into 2020, and that is the USBC collegiate season as well as a few NCAA events. So you definitely want to follow your favorite teams, schools, and student athletes as they make their ways to postseason play, sectionals, ITC sectionals, and of course the intercollegiate team and singles championships. You'll get a chance to see some of the best NCAA programs in the country as well as they make their way toward ITC play and NCAA postseason play as well. So be on the lookout for all of your collegiate needs. Be sure to check and visit bowl.com/collegiate. Again, bowl.com/collegiate. Matt Williams Jr., Daniel Farish. Big thanks again to Matt Russo. He covered a lot of time for us today, and we appreciate him. We hope you, the viewer, took something from what Matt discussed and some of our conversations, how he kind of looks, reads, and views the lanes. We've been talking about lefties, and we really got a good vantage point, a good point of view, I would think, by talking to Matt and listening and understanding kind of what he's seeing. Would you agree, Dan?
Yeah, and I do want to thank Matt. Being a left-hander, he translated everything for us naturally. When he was talking, and this is, I'm half kidding, but I'm half serious, because when you talk to someone who uses the opposite hand, they typically speak in terms of their leaves. Oh, the 3-5-6, which is our bucket. Oh, the 2-7, which is our 3-10. Oh, the 6-8, which is our 4-9. And you kind of have to stop and think when they're talking. But and Matt even joked, well, I'm always talking to right-handers, so I'm used to it. So it does make it simpler when you're talking to a lefty. So thank you, Matt. I appreciate that.
Look around. Is everyone into the final game of this block now? Okay, good. We should have scores relatively soon. I've been watching Jonathan Norman a little bit throughout the week so far, and through the PTQ and everything. Actually, I'm going to keep going to PTQ. Now I got to pay attention. Nonetheless, there's some talent there. And I look forward to seeing him hopefully at some point at some other events. I really admire those who do take the step and try to give it their best effort despite whatever may happen and who you're bowling against or with. Watching Simonelli shot there, Matt thought that the lanes are starting to, or had begun to become tighter as the block went on, and looked to be a decent example of that. Oh,
come on. Yeah, we are seeing, as I look over Rhino Page shooting a washout, we've seen quite a few. I mean, even earlier in the day on this pattern later in the block, a lot of those light 4-8s we talked about, which is a very light hit that you don't typically see. A lot of 2-8-10s, 2-4-10s, washouts. So I think Matt is correct. The end of the pattern has started to, or has been transitioning in a way that's caused it to carry down and tighten up.
Apple AirPods coming soon. What do you think, Daniel? What frame you think?
I'm going to go the end of frame 4.
The end of frame 4.
That's what I...
On 23 and 24 or 25 and 26?
Oh, wow. Let's go 23 and 24.
Okay, there it is. We will start the giveaway at 23, or excuse me, at the end of the 4th frame on 23 and 24.
Which is 8 frames away, and currently those 4 bowlers in their first 8 frames have 1 strike combined. Now 2, and they both are in the hands of Brian Simonelli. So hopefully they can get a few more strikes in their next 7 attempts.
Right now, just trying to get a feel for what everyone is attempting to do here in this final game.
They're everywhere. Wes Malot's on top of 5th arrow. Matt O'Grady, I know he just struggled the last game. He was playing out around 2, 3, 4. Alex Martin is kind of right on top of 7, 8, 9, throwing some urethane. AJ Chapman going right up 10, 11. Now he probably got it to the left. Intended target probably 7, 8, 9. What really makes this pattern tricky tonight is you've got all these players that are, let's say, right of 11 or right of 10 or 11. The heads have already gone away. That area of the lane's kind of blown up, so they're trying to manage it with either resin and ball speed or urethane. And the guys that opted to move in are having issues with the end of the pattern carrying down and the lanes tightening up, so they can't get the back end motion they need. And when they try and square up their angles, it's going to hook on them. And if they open it up too much, they're going to 2-8-10. That ball did not slow down anywhere near as much as he wanted it to.
Yo, we've got one more frame. Or one more. Yeah, we've got 3 shots, potentially. Again, folks, get ready. Aaron Smith is ready. I don't know if you saw this, Daniel. Back to your quick note regarding as a tournament director, that story you just told. But Chris in the chat mentioned his 2 years as a league president taught him some valuable lessons also.
Yeah, you learn a lot, and I have no problem saying this, and I wouldn't think you would either because we are both bowlers. You learn a lot when you have to manage bowlers and deal with bowlers and run things that bowlers bowl in as opposed to just competing. You see the front office side of it, so to speak, and you realize how quickly things can go wrong if you make one bad decision, whether you're a league secretary, an association secretary, just a weekend sweeper, tournament director. Everything you do has to be by the books and by the rules. All right, just a couple of more frames.
Oh, there are a couple. I honestly thought there was only one. It's been that kind of day. Coach Kabacki checking in. Coach had a chance to chat with Matt Kuba last night, and really enjoyed my conversation with him. Joined me for about a game. Talked about his goals and why he came out on tour. It was a really good interview. You actually go back and listen to it. Good shot there from Martin, boy. All you can do is put it there, man. And sometimes, you know, the cooperation is there. We don't have to get into that part because we talk about it all the time. But it's certainly part of it.
I don't know if this is Alex's intention, but kind of what he's doing, throwing that ball in that area of the lane, he's just managing the pocket. He's keeping it in play. He's leaving single pins. Unless that ball hits a spot on the lane that is drastically different from his target, it's not going to do anything stupid. It's going to let him presumably stay clean, make all your single pins. He doesn't quite have the dry he needs to get that ball to read soon enough to hit hard to score, but it's going to help him manage game 8, get out of here and move on to tomorrow. Fourth frame is over, Emil.
Okay, Aaron Smith.
It's all you, buddy. Giving away our second pair of Apple AirPods today. Of course, giving away 2 pair of AirPods and 1 50-inch TV yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Moving forward for match play and the cashier's round, we may have some iPads laying around, Xbox Ones, just stuff we're looking to get rid of.
Yeah, there might be some happy gamers. Attention.
All right, you all know what to do. In 40 seconds, click the prompt that says submit entry. You will automatically be entered to win our second pair of Apple AirPods for the day. I believe Tom was our winner this morning.
Forget to just click submit entry. Submit entry. That's your ticket. Let's see what Mike's doing. Submit your entry. That is all you have to do. Click the button. A bad idea, Jeff. But congratulations to Bob Bunker. Bob, you've got yourself a pair of Apple AirPods. Someone will reach out to you at the conclusion of the event to get you all squared away in regards to where to send your lovely prize. So congratulations again. Again, our final giveaway tonight will happen during the final squad of the evening. Same thing. The back half of the block. Good shot there from Jonathan. And again, since that opened, Norman now has figured out a way to get 3 in a row. Scores, my man?
Yes, sir. For the block on this squad, Jesper Svensson leads the way at plus 189. Vince Biondo, 182. Chris Vi, 108. Dom, defending champion, plus 85. And Jacob Buttriff, plus 78. Big 280 his last game on 25 and 26. Now for the tournament, there are 15 game totals. Jesper Svensson leads the squad at plus 160 overall. Dom Barrett at plus 154. Christian Ascona, plus 115. Thomas Larson, plus 111. And Vince Biondo, plus 105. The top 10, David Samard at 85 over. Rhino Page at 74. Chris Vi, 63. Packy Hanrahan, 49. And Anthony Lavery Spar at plus 45. Just 3 more players in this squad are plus overall for the tournament. Alex Cavagnaro, plus 37. Kyle Troop, plus 27. And Ryan Simonelli, plus 23.
I am interested in to know if Jacob was able to keep this momentum going.
He's went 7 spare strike, 7-2, and then has 4 strikes on the back end of that. He is up in the 8th right now. He can punch for 258. Ball's off his hand. Flat 7, so max score of 237, assuming he converts this here in the 8th frame. So let's stretch that out a little bit. He makes that, he spares it. That gives him 237 overall. Jacob is minus 207, so that would put him at minus 170 going into tomorrow. It would still leave himself a lot of work. Bob, you're very welcome. Thank you. We surely hope everyone that tunes in is enjoying what we're doing here. We're certainly having fun doing it. I know that much. We will have more guests coming up tonight as we get into the wee hours of the evening when A Squad takes the lanes for their second day of qualifying. Nice conversion on the 210 from Big Nasty Wes Malott.
And if you are tuned in and looking for tonight's squad, they have not started their practice range as of yet. And it looks like I would say about an hour or so from now, about an hour, around the 7 o'clock hour.
So we've been giving you the results of their block totals and the event totals for this squad, but just giving you the inter-squad numbers. If we take a look at how these guys are integrated into the full tournament, combining them with the 16 games that B squad has already bowled and the 8 games that A squad has already bowled, sorting them by average, only one player from the group in front of us is inside the top 10, and that's Jesper Svensson, averaging 210.67. And we do have 4 more players between 11th and a 20th. Dom would be 11th at 210.27. Christian Ascona, 13th at 207.67. Thomas Larson, 14th at 207.4. And Vince Biondo in 19th at 207 even. So only 5 players from C squad inside the top 20 of the tournament with 1 game left in this block. Well, I mean basically 2 frames left in this block. You know, I got to ask you a question, my man.
What's up?
We had Matt in the booth
Yep.
when this gentleman crossed our pair, and I don't think I ever got your take on Mr. Michael Martell's jersey. For those of you who don't know, can't see it, you can flip over to 27 through 30. Martell has his last name on the back of the jersey with the number 23, but if you look at the font, the left side of the jersey is Miami Heat font. The center of the jersey is Cleveland Cavaliers font, and the right side is Lakers font. So, is that a LeBron?
The only thing I can say is I'm now very interested in having a convo with him just about his fandom. I'm going to guess that he definitely enjoys LeBron. Because and shout out to whoever created the jersey.
Yeah.
Pretty creative stuff to even be able to do it. So that takes a lot. Got to be pretty detailed to make sure you kind of get what you need, especially on the font perspective.
Just don't know why you would rep the second best player in the league.
Is this a real thing, or you just?
Well, there's been 2 people now that say Kawhi is a better player, best player in the league. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It is a debate. Nice spare, sorry.
I'll say
from
what's
BJ Moore.
What's not up for debate is that scoring pace for these guys over the course of the block hasn't been anywhere near what we saw this morning.
No, I thought it's a bit odd to me, and you know, I think we, you know, obviously Francois did what he did, and that's even and Simonson as well. So did Anthony. So I think those 2 are just kind of the, you know, the one-offs, if you will. But I thought they showed enough that, and maybe gave enough of a decent blueprint. And obviously they couldn't throw it any different. But still.
Coming into, here's a number for you. Coming into this game, 3 players on this squad were plus 100 for the block. 11 players this morning were plus 100 for the block.
Yeah, I'd be curious to just, you know, obviously talk to a couple of players, reps, and really dive into what they saw. I don't know how many of them will be available, of course, this evening. especially those who may have struggled, for example. So
the only thing I can think is that more players started out this morning, which helped kind of break down that area of the lane, which then Francois, both he and Simonson, kind of used as a place to throw the ball to. This afternoon, you had more players that were between like 6 and 11, which really just kind of messed up that part of the lane and didn't give you a very defined place to throw the ball to. That's the only thing I can think.
Tomorrow's going to be very interesting because it's definitely obviously going to be a race, but I'm sure it didn't go the way a lot of players planned for this particular squad here. There's just no way we thought this would happen. You do, but something funny you talked about earlier. You mentioned what were we talking about? We were talking about Kenny Ryan, and Kenny bowled well last night.
Yep.
He did not bowl well today, and I saw him outside, and he said he had an idea in regards to that. Not necessarily that he would bowl as bad as he did today, but just from the pattern perspective, he actually thought yesterday's pattern was the easier of the two for him, and of course the majority vice versa. So I did think that was interesting, and it was something that you mentioned and said unless he thought that this one was a little bit more difficult than the other, and he looked clearly comfortable yesterday when other people, even some lefties, didn't look comfortable whatsoever.
It's amazing how different types of players can see patterns. Not just, I'm not talking different as in, I've got my break point at 3 on this pattern where you have it at 7. They see it as completely different as far as scoring pace. But he would have certainly been in the minority of players who saw yesterday's pattern as a better opportunity to score than today's pattern. Oh, nice conversion there by Jim Pratt.
I don't think you saw it.
He was blocking the pins, and he had the 3, 4, 6, 7 up, and then he turned around and they were gone. It's like, oh, nice spare. Considering that saved him about 10 sticks, depending on his shot in the fill here to get into the 220s.
Big shot there for Rhino Page, and that saves 180 right there. He's looking at 178, but now 189, and again, 11 pins is 11 pins.
And what you all are looking at here bonus coverage of 27 through 30. These are the last two pairs that are bowling in the house right now. Chris Vi wrapping up a good day. Strike here puts him at plus 111. He was third high on the block coming into this last game. Did not see what Jesper shot. He was at 189 over and Vince Biondo 182. So those two battling it out for the leader of the block in this squad. .203 plus 111 on the day for Chris Vi. Overall puts him at plus 66, so he'll have some work to do tomorrow based on what we kind of speculated the cut for the cashier's round might be.
Did you end up writing all those numbers down that folks came in from
I
the
did.
chat?
They're on my, not from the chat, but I can go back and get them
Okay.
before we close the chat.
I don't know how far we'll be able to go to scroll up, but
I can scroll to the very beginning of this block.
I'm very curious.
Boom, right there. Let me see those.
I remember doing that once at a PWBA event, and I think I ended up it was just a random thing. Now, I did give away something then. I'm not going to give away anything now because we already have that part covered, but the closest without going over at that time was my winner. I want to thank you all again for tuning in today via Bowl TV and Flow Bowling. If you have and have not, or I should say haven't already, just explored the platform, we encourage you to do so. Lots to check out, and we'll talk more about that certainly when we get to the other side. I think Roger just said I was in at plus 89.
Roger
Courtney.
I got him right here. It's plus 90, so pick one.
No, I said I'm plus 89.
Oh, okay.
He said he is plus 90.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I have you as 89.
Shout out to Brian McLean, too. Oh, man. Always repping Canada to the fullest.
We're going to take a short break.
All right, folks, that'll do it for us. As I asked Daniel, I'm going to ask him one more time, but he's not paying attention.
I'm paying attention.
Well, you got to be on camera.
Oh, snap.
It's
It's my first day.
You're right. I asked him at the end of this morning's squad his thoughts. I'm going to ask you again. We just kind of touched on it, but your final thoughts from what was kind of unexpected, the unexpected results.
Yeah, two surprising things. One, scoring pace nowhere near as high for that block as it was the block before. And the second thing is, and I'm pretty much going to quit talking about it, is the left side just did not open up.
Yep.
That was the squad. It would have shown us if the left side was good, or was great, was really scoreable, and it does not appear to be so.
Well, there it is. Well, we'll see what happens here. Final squad of the night, the A squad, will be on the lanes, and that includes Jason Belmonte. So get your pairing sheets out, and whoever you want to follow, Belmo and Bill O'Neill, Belmo led. Bill O'Neill was right there in second after day one. Just 6 pins separated them. We look forward to seeing them and other players. They're about to hit the practice range, and we are about to go get probably some food, water, and anything else for that matter. So for Daniel Ferris, Jason Thomas, Aaron Smith, my name is Emil Williams Jr. We will see you on the other side. C Squad is coming up next. It's actually the A Squad, so don't listen to me. Don't get confused. Just be prepared to see the A Squad bowlers on the lanes. We'll see you in a bit on Bowl TV.